Good afternoon, everyone. The time is 5:32, and I would like to call the Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting to order. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, we may. Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Joyce Ruff.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you very much. May we have a approval of the agenda?
So approved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And the motion passes. Next thing we have is the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And the minutes pass. The next item we have is the appointment of a vice chair. At this time, I would like to ask Vice President Levy if he would like to be the vice chair to the committee.
I will.
All right. Is there any kind of motion or anything we have to do for this, or is that it?
You can just appoint.
Okay. All right. So we'll have Vice President Levy as the vice chair. All right. That's a conclusion for the meeting opening. Now we're on to item 2A, which is our financial reports for October of 2021.
Good evening. So October and November are typically our low points for cash flow as we await our next equalization aid payment, which we actually get on next Monday. And then we start to receive our tax levies in January. If you remember, in September, we received our previous equalization aid payment. So that's what's going on in October. And as far as the revenue, with no grants, as you can see, our district budgets are now live in our system. Our revenues are on track as far as the percentage of budget year to date. And in the revenues, there were no significant changes since September. On the expenses side, again, the budget is trending similarly to last year at this time. Factors to consider here: the reduced maintenance contract due to moving maintenance and grounds in-house increases our salary and fringes and reduces our purchase services. Other than that, no significant changes since September. On to the grant side, our initial grant claims are now being made. We used some ESSER funds to purchase some curriculum to offset learning loss. And as far as the percentages, we are adding additional grant budgets at this time. So that's what's skewing the percentages, why they look different to this time last year. But we are currently trending slightly higher dollar-wise. And then on the expense side, this is just a reflection of the revenues. Again, we spent some funds on curriculum, and no significant changes here since September as well. Any questions?
Do any of the committee members have any questions?
Yeah, a couple. Just kind of a review again. So you said our equalization aid payments come in September and November?
September and December.
September and December, okay. All right. And so as far as what you're saying about kind of cash flow or where we're at is that it's a down period for spending because we're at the end of what came in September.
Yeah, so this is the low point for most districts. We did not need to do any cash flow borrowing this year,
Okay,
but it's something we keep an eye on at this time of year. Yep.
all right. And then the use of the ESSER funds,
Yes.
can you just explain that again, like what exactly happened, what we did?
So far in this year, we haven't made too many claims on the grant side, but we did make some purchases the end of last year. You saw some of those come through, and the beginning of this year for some curriculum. I don't know, Teresa, if you want to talk about that. That's the ARC purchases.
It's just the literacy adoption that was approved previously.
Okay. And just in general, like with the ESSER funds, when you say grant claims, that's like a reimbursement spending?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you say additional grant budgets, just kind of explain that. What do you mean?
So we were in the process of entering budgets. There are still some allocations that we find out about in the fall, and so we enter those budgets at this time. So there's still a few. When you see this report next month, there will be a few extra allocations, and then those amounts will come to you. We do a presentation 2 times a year for any budget revisions that are done, so you'll see those halfway through the year, and then again at the end of the year if there's any other budget revisions. So you have to approve those as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Are there any more questions? All right. Hearing none, there's a recommended action to move to recommend approval of the October 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
I move that we recommend for approval the October 2021 financial reports to the full Board of Education.
And I second it.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And aye, that motion passes. All right, the next item we have is item 3A, which is the priorities for 2022-2023.
All right. So, continuation of the conversation we began earlier this month, at the beginning of the month. Setting our budget priorities for next year is the key first step in building out our 22-23 budget. As in a moment, I'll turn it over to Ms. Armstrong. She'll share that in December we will be getting from Baird our forecasting tool. So the timing of this conversation and having the board articulate to myself and the district administrative team as to what direction we should be focusing our time, energy, and resources in developing the budget is a key step. And so before we bring this to the full board for a kind of last go around, I wanted to bring this priority list to the committee so that we could add and refine any additional priorities that before it comes to the regular board. I have added a couple of additional pieces. I did get some feedback in terms of the budget priority list. So you'll see that we've taken all the bullet points and we've tried to put some, and I'll present here just so that it's a little bit bigger for people at home. Each of the bulleted lists and put categories to them. So we have the BEA longevity proposal, alternative longevity proposals, both benefits and or salaries and compensation study for all employment groups, which is an ongoing process. We titled all that under retention of staff. So when we think about a budget priority list, we're going to be putting that under a header of retention of staff topic. The Rising Nights HBCU tours, Essentially Arlington, and drama productions, the Scotland trip. We titled those under district-supported supports for extended student trips. Likewise, new ways to recruit under our short-term goal of diversifying our staff. as well as the Executive Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, DEI, under our equity and diversity initiatives. We had requests about not only family engagement, but volunteers, specifically volunteers that would go into our rooms to help support our educators, and in some cases our educators and paras, as well as youth sports and community education programming. So that's outside engagement. And then towards the bottom are probably the two biggest areas. We recognize that last year and this year we had approved a deficit budget. And so that is an issue that is not going to go away under our current structure. So getting clarity over whether we should focus our attention on controlling expenditures or controlling revenue in the form of seeking out new revenue sources are two key pieces. And to give context to these headers, we want to share with the committee, and we'll share with the full board, a little bit of history that leads to our current budget profile. We recognize that we've had some buildings that have opened in the recent past, and most recently we've also had several buildings that have been closed out. We've had reconfigurations, and then looking at DPI, and I put the links in here so that people can see where these numbers came from. These came directly from the Department of Public Instruction's public portal for all school districts, both enrollment and staffing, as well as some of the decisions that have been made at the district level around different employee groups. So things like facility services being outsourced, and then the subsequent moving back in-house our maintenance and grounds, as well as subs being outsourced to third-party vendor, and then subsequently bringing them back in, as well as, and this is from the Baird presentation earlier this year, the capital referendums that this district has had. We've only had two, one in 92 and one in 12. And we are one of 18% of districts in the state that have not had any sort of operational referendum since Baird's been keeping track of those types of referendums since 1993. So with that, I open it up for additional comments from Ms. Armstrong, and then questions, comments, additions to the budget priorities from this committee.
Okay. I think you did a fantastic job summarizing our slides and giving the context. I don't have anything more to add at this point, other than hopefully some answers to questions if anyone on the board committee has questions for us.
All right, is there any questions at this time?
I have a couple. For the two capital referendums in our context on the district, 1992 is at the high school expansion, at $26 million.
Yes,
And then the 2012 is at,
that was frozen, and the renovations that were done to the 8 locations during that construction period.
all right, a dollar sign on that roughly?
70 million.
Just 70 million. So in our most recent pass, we've gone before the public in 1992, which we had the $26 million renovation to the high school, and then the $70 million for the new intermediate school, Fruzen, and various upgrades to facilities.
Correct.
All right. And we have not asked for operational referendum since Baird has been keeping track.
Correct.
All right. And so from the slide, there's only 18% of like the 421 districts in the state that have not.
Yes, had some sort of operating referendum. So both of ours, as we indicated, were capital, so not operational. but only 18% of districts statewide do have some sort of operational referendum since 93.
Ms. Armstrong, in 1993 seems to be ringing a bell with me. Was that the year that the law was changed that mandated operational referendums if under the QEO? Or am I?
I'm not positive.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll look that up, but the 1993 is a key year in that.
Right. And then just a definition of an operational referendum
Okay.
and why a district does that.
Yeah. Operational referendum is basically asking taxpayers for increasing revenue to manage the daily operational costs of running your school district. So that would allow you to have staffing, your benefits, just the operational running, keeping up your facilities, not doing capital projects to them, but just keeping the district running. And so unfortunately, with the funding formula that the state of Wisconsin has, it has cost districts their flexibility in being able to generate revenue other than asking taxpayers to fund that difference. And as we said, with only 18% not having to do that, we are one of very few that have been able to make do within our own capacity of aid and taxpayer dollars to operate our district. But as we saw with our last two budgets, we are facing those challenges that every other district in the state of Wisconsin is primarily focused and facing for quite a time now.
Okay.
I did look that up. In the fall of 1993, the legislature did pass legislation that instituted the Fund 38, which is the reason why that year sticks out in my mind as far as Baird tracking all those operational referendums. So 1993 was the year in which the legislature took the controls away from the school boards and school districts for levying to meet their operational needs.
Oh, and then to go directly to the public to ask versus,
Requiring, right, that was when the revenue limits and controls were put into place, and if you want to exceed those, school boards had to go to a referendum to exceed those controls.
gotcha. And then on our priority list, I know the bulleted point just says district priority list, and maybe you might not be prepared for this, but what were some of those things that we had, you had listed in some meetings prior when we say the district priority list?
Those were, I kind of added them in ones that I had already talked about. You guys gave us the wonderful caveat, whatever Joanne said the last couple times.
Right.
A lot of them were incorporated into some of these key points of the retention of staff. I did add the facility needs of what we're looking at for our infrastructure. Also included employee benefits as one of those pinpoints that we have to look at how we are funding, what our options are. And I think a lot of what I had talked about in presenting this budget was how do we address those costs to control expenditures, but recognizing that our facilities are in need of repair, in upkeep, and having that struggle at this point. And like I said, looking at every opportunity for that BEA longevity, that's something that I had talked about, but countering that with employee benefits, where we're still at a 98% district paid, 2% employee paid, looking at those ways of how to reduce expenditures and maximize what we can do. So although I didn't list out 6 different things, they all fall within the categories. So when we start going to retention of staff and diversifying our staff and infrastructure, those things, as we set those as priorities, I don't want to identify these individual items as our priorities. I want a topic so that we can start investigating and looking and really costing out what those can be. These were ideas the board gave us as options to explore. What Dr. Keyser and I were trying to do is change those down into a global concept for each one so that we can look at all avenues of how we understand that the district support for those extended trips. We understand that's a priority of the board that they expressed, but what can we, how does that look and what can we do to do that is what our work is going to be.
Right. So, and a question about the BEA longevity proposal. Exactly what are they proposing, or what have they proposed? What is it that they want or have asked for?
That proposal starts with longevity increases at 5 years and goes up in dollar amount for every 5 years after 5 years up until 20 years. And they are incremental in dollar amounts. They have their plan. We have a different idea. So, costing out what those are. But their longevity plan is specific dollar amounts for certain increases of every 5 years of employment with the school district.
All right, and is that for like current employees or future employees, or
It would,
like,
yeah, I think their vision is for anyone. So having this as a longevity structure is, it would be everybody who's here now and anybody to come in the future. It would be a long-standing.
and sometimes like in an alternative proposal, not that this is, but there could possibly be a longevity proposal that only affects new employees coming in and not existing employees. Something like that could be
Yeah,
developed.
well, we could also be looking at different, not just compensation or, amounts for longevity. There are other benefits that can be valued by our employees. That, you could look at more time off. We could be looking at other types of benefits and incentives that prove longevity. So I'd like to be able to look at all types of opportunities when we start looking at the longevity plan.
Or different proposals of time, 7, 14, and 21 years.
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, in the diversifying of our staff, the new ways of recruiting, so like going to historical black colleges and universities, although this is something that might not be budgeted and has not been done recently, this is not something that is new in Beloit. And just kind of as a priority, I know that when we get towards hiring, in the spring, as we're going through the allocation process, and you think about March, April, May, and trying to staff for the next school year, if the board decided 4-3, 5-2, 6-1, 7-0, we want this done this year, that would be able to be budgeted and happen if it was an approved action by the board?
I mean, the board will set those directives, and we will, that's the idea of this priority list, is where we're going to focus our time. So I would say if it's a directive that the board has made this the priority, then yes, it would be budgeted, and we would have to work within those confines. But every decision we make now is ones that we have to factor the other side too. So, I'm sorry, I didn't, Dr. Keyser?
So, I just wanted to clarify, is the thought in this year's budget or for planning for next year's budget?
In planning for next year's budget, because this is part of the 22-23
Yep.
school year, but also having not done it last year, and the hiring season is upon us again for this year, that was just a thought about our actions or what we do.
Correct. So definitely in terms of the plan that Ms. Armstrong has with the working group and doing some budget forecasting, the idea is, depending on the course of action the board sets, we would be bringing through this committee forecasting tools or forecasts based on these different priority lists. And then ultimately, we may come and say, there's a fork in the road and we need a decision. Do we want to go left and do we want to go right? And whenever those decisions come up, the board always has an opportunity to say, as part of that, these are some of the non-negotiables that we expect to see moving forward. And then ultimately, when we approve the budget, that's the time, because of the structure, the board gets to set those priorities, similar to the conversation that we had about a past board setting the levy $1 million less than what it could have been. The board has that opportunity to make sure that some of those priorities are built within the budget.
Right, because even thinking about like the end of this school year, the Rising Knights HBCU tour, essentially Ellington and that drama production, those things might come up if our students and the universe are in cooperation, as we've done those in the past, and they would need to be supported this year. All right.
Correct, and so those conversations and questions can come up, and that budget, that's why I want, and so I appreciate the clarification, because budgeting for this year would, because we've set the budget, would only mean that we would have to prioritize what we have set within the budget that's been adopted by the board.
Gotcha. Those are all the questions I have.
All right, thank you very much for all those questions. Mr. Ruff, do you have any questions that you would like to ask at this time?
Not at this time, thank you.
All right. So I just want to say thank you very much for taking the time to put this together. I like seeing that we have it broken down into categories. At least just so we can capture all those ideas within that group. Levy asked, or remember Levy, he asked one of the questions that I had, which was the district priority list. One of the things I wanted to ask about that was did you want to kind of leave it open so that as we work on our strategic plan that you can kind of start weaving some of those priorities that come out of that into the our budget for next year?
Yeah, I think those definitely, I've put my few in there, but as the strategic plan is going and Dr. Keyser is working with the board and understanding the direction we want to go to, those district needs to identify those priority lists, those are going to be things that naturally come through this whole process as well. I would expect to see some recommendations coming from that process.
All right. Well, that answers my other question for that. And I don't have any other questions for you at this time. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, there's three. The budget workshop group, are you still meeting? And will you be presenting, as you had earlier in the year, some of the things as you're meeting?
We are going to start meeting again. We have taken the hiatus while the budget was adopted, and I wanted to kind of get the board's direction so they know where we need to focus and they can make those recommendations on what that looks like. So I anticipate we'll be starting back up here shortly.
And I'm take the opportunity to also jump in and say that as we look at the priority list and just kind of summarizing the conversations in terms of the priorities in here, these priorities obviously, because it's budgeting, have a dollar amount, and the fact that it was not lost that I put towards the end the two pieces, and I talked about a fork in the road. When we think about controlling expenditures, we're talking about, how do we take that $10 million deficit budget and minimize that in future budgets while also incorporating any other budget priorities that we build into it. The other end of that, or the flip side of that coin, is a conversation about revenue controls. And as was mentioned, since 1993, there are very few options that the board has and the district has in order to seek new revenue sources. Now, fortunately for us, as a highly aided district, We are fortunate that we have good grant writers in the district, and we have on retainer a grant writer who has served us well in writing some grants. However, living on trying to secure grant dollars is not an endless revenue stream. So there really needs to, when we bring this to the full board, a conscious conversation about when we talk about controls, do we want to as a board look more towards controlling expenditures, or do we as a board want to explore looking at ways to control revenue? And that's going to be a key conversation later on this evening. So I just want to foreshadow and prep us for that conversation.
So in that conversation of exploring, say, ways or of new revenue sources, like what would a timeline be on that? Or kind of like November 2022, November 2023, like kind of spacing in some of those steps? What is that?
That's a great conversation, and I appreciate you posing that question, because it is key. It is a time-bound process. We need at least a final, if we were to, as a district and as a board, look at anything such as a referendum, a decision needs to be made at least 70 days prior to a noticed election term. And so if this is a direction that the board would want to explore, fortunately, Ms. Armstrong and myself have started that process of doing a needs assessment within the district, which would help answer that question and put together a timeline. And we would bring back Lisa from Baird to educate the board more on that. The earliest would be the fall of 2022. And no later than the fall of 2023. So your timeline is correct. It would be no sooner than a year from now and no later than 2 years from now, so that we would be able to maximize the opportunity that we would have for addressing those needs. That being said, I also want to say it's not an all or nothing. So just because we would say we want to put and explore more of one doesn't mean that the other one isn't being explored. It's just 90-10, 80-20, that type of thing.
Exploring all options and understanding being informed about each choice that could be made. So in that area, along with that, if we were looking in that other way of increasing revenue through referendum, that involve like school perceptions and having understanding of where our community is at and their thoughts, and can you kind of just explain that?
Yep. So if we were to pursue the options of referendum and look into that, that would involve an entire process in which we would get community and stakeholder engagement, looking at our needs, looking at the full scope of what the district needs from our perspective, what the community and the families need, and having those ongoing. This is not something that we will just decide in February and say, okay, in April, you're voting for it. This usually takes a year-long process of really identifying not only what our needs are, but what are the needs of our community, our students, our families in there. And so typically, there is a year of communicating and really digging into that work to have that process. And, I don't want to, as Dr. Keyser says, it can't be earlier than the fall of 22 and then the fall of 23. However, I just want to make sure that we are conscious of when we're approving deficit budgets and we do spend that fund balance, we have to change that or we're going to impact our bond rating and our ability to get these referendum funds. So, I don't want us to put on the back burner of just, okay, we can keep operating as we are and we're going to plan this. We have to be conscious of what we're doing now to protect that ability to be able to do those things in the future in an effective and costly financial responsibility way of doing that. So it isn't a make a decision and just go. It will involve a lot of groups, a lot of meeting, and a lot of work by all of us. And it will require our community to be part of that process. There's no way that you can get this to go through in a district of any size, not just Beloit, but without that community buy-in and seeing how it impacts each and every one of our schools and our students. That's what we need to have those conversations focused around.
Right, and I've seen in some of those communities that have passed those referendums that there's a strong organized yes vote to coordinate, but that goes along with community support of what is being asked for. And just an example for clarification, like when you say that it's not just a yes or no decision and other actions will impact like the bond rating. So per se, if we decide that we're going to go buy a house, in common language, you decide you're going to go buy a house, but then you go out and buy a new car right before the house, and some other things, you're impacting the amount of debt that you're taking on and how you're going to be viewed in terms of your interest rates.
Exactly. And that is, realistically, that when you take out a loan, they ask you for your savings account. That's what they're going to be asking. What is your fund balance? What have you been doing with it? And that's what's going to, kind of dictate our ability on what interest rates are offered to us and how much of a risk they feel that we are as a district to invest in those bonds. So just your analogy is perfect in looking at what's in your reserves, how are you managing your money? And like I said, I'm very proud that we have budgeted deficit budgets, but at this point we have not experienced them in actuality. This year's going to be a different situation for us, and I just want to make sure that stays in everybody's mind, that we do need to be conscious of that.
And then again, another question, kind of, or analogy for understanding and conceptualization. There's that child tax care credit. So I have 2 children, so it wasn't in our budget, but money appears, and we're able to substitute costs that we would have spent one way in another way. Like with our ESSER funds, earlier when we talked about reimbursement spending, how does that work? And how does that impact like what we had already budgeted to spend, but now we have ESSER funds in some ways? How does that, can you kind of just, when we think about our overall spending for the type of discussion that we're having?
Right. And those are more in-depth conversations that we're going to have to be having. I can tell you in the business manager world that I live in right now, a lot of districts are using their ESSER funds to balance their budgets because the spending and requirements that they have as a district as a result of COVID and the returning of students, they have had to supplement their budgets with that money. We have not set, and we've been very, I feel, responsible in our ESSER spending and not just spending it needlessly. We are taking that approach, getting our community involved and figuring out how we can support that. But in reality, yes, I would say there's going to be situations where we can offset some of our expenses with that money. But as you said, it's one-time money. It's never going to come to us again, hopefully, because we won't be in a pandemic again. But that gives us some opportunity, but I really would caution us to bank against that.
And then part of the caution too, like I said, we thought the virus was in one place, and then here's Omicron, and things could be different. And we were given money for one space, and that's what we'll have.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, and I would say that's exactly the meaning behind that. It can't just be like, if we choose to go right, we're not going to have a little bit of exploring the left side of the coin as well. It's going to be a mix of both until until we get down that road. But at some point, we have to make a decision and say, this is the road that we're going to travel down, and this is how far we can explore any other options until we say, like, we're going to commit. So good analogies and good discussions coming later on this evening. It's all recorded.
I was going to say, refer back to the prior meeting.
All right, is there any other questions that you guys would like to ask? All right, with that, I see it's listed as a action and discussion item. And it does come to the full board later tonight. So we do have to have a motion to pass it to the full board, correct?
Yes, we can certainly do that. If there's any addition, I left it open-ended in case the committee wanted to make any additional recommendations along with that, so.
Okay, so right now you guys are looking for a motion. Then.
Motion to the full board, yes.
All right, do we have a motion for this?
I move that we move this draft budget priority list to the full board.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. So the motion passes. This shall be a fun discussion later on tonight. All right, the last item we have up tonight is our BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture upgrade.
Sorry? As you recall, last month we had brought this proposal of the RFP recommendations for the cafeteria furniture for McNeil and the high school. We had made the recommendation of using Office Concepts in the value of $287,211.96. So unless there are questions from last month's presentation, I would be asking for that recommendation tonight to the board.
All right, do we have any questions? All right, hearing no questions at this time, do we have a motion?
I move that we recommend approval to award the office concept bids for the BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture in the amount of $287,211.96.
Do we have a second?
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and is there any discussion? One thing I just want to ask real quick. So this was budgeted, correct?
Yes, this is part of the excess fund balance in Fund 50 that we reported to DPI that we would use it on this process.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure I brought that up before it went to for us to vote. So all those in favor for this, please say aye.
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 And aye. This motion passes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So we're down to meeting closing. So our next meeting date will be January 4th at 5:30. And now we're to adjournment. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. And the motion carries. So we are adjourned at 6:16.
No, well, you just try to keep the thing going. Sometimes
but,
it's-
I mean-
if people are watching, you care that it's actually getting talked out.
Well, and also
exploring everything, you gotta all get I mean, well, it's like, you gotta understand everything that you can do and what the impact is gonna be.
Right. But at some point, right to that point, it's like, we know, we can say, well, if we explore revenue controls to close a $2 million gap, here's what may need to be done.
Right.
Right? You don't want paint a worst case scenario, but, you know, you can. However, when you get down to this road, it's like, because that's such an involved process, you kind of have to say, all right, we know we're gonna have to still control expenditure.
Hey, Greg.
All right, thank you. Good evening. It is 6:30 this Tuesday, November 30th, and at this time I would like to call our Human Resource Committee to order. May we please have a roll call?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Greg Snyder,
Present.
Joyce Ruff,
Present.
Allison Simmerl.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dooley. At this time, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Schneider, second by Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the agenda, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 16th?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Levy, second by Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. That takes us to item 2A, employment recommendations. Would anybody like to make a motion to go into closed for any reason at this time? Well, I was just, because it's listed first. Here, I can make it easier. I can just say at this time, if anybody would like to make a motion to go into closed, a motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Would anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Levy. It's actually second by Ms. Ruff. Any discussion? All right, at this time, could we please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Allison Simmerl,
Aye.
Greg Snyder,
Aye.
Joyce Ruff,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Spencer Anderson.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously. At this time, we are convening into closed session, and we will return to handle open session business. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. We are back in open session now, having gone into closed session under employment recommendations, which wraps up item 2A as well as 2C. Taking us now to 2B, which is the today's date, 11/30/2021. Employment exhibits A and B for employment recommendations. Do any board members have an item to bring up for open session? Oh, go ahead, Board Member Levy.
Thank you. All right, starting with Exhibit A. Is there a reason that the effective date for the position of homebound teacher is unknown?
She's probably still going through the background checks, and also those are positions that are as needed. So they do time cards for their positions. So when we have the need for a homebound teacher tutor to work in that capacity, we don't have like an official start date. Once she's through all her paperwork, she would be able to start it the next time we have a need.
Okay, shouldn't background checks and all that be done before it's brought to the board?
Yes.
Okay, you said she's probably still going through background checks, or the person.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a homebound teacher for a student with a disability, and the implementation date of the IEP was not determined at the time we filled out the employee rec.
Okay, no problem. So I just want to clarify your response. You said the person may be still going through background checks?
We would have the, and I apologize, that is a misstatement in the background check. They could still be going through the physical. So once we have the background checks and we have that information, then we get scheduled for the physical. And so that could delay that start date.
Okay.
So that was, I apologize.
No worries. And then my other question for Exhibit A is the substitute teacher long-term for music. Do we have an idea of how long that may last?
Let me grab my papers real quick. This position is from a employee that left the district, and so it is a long-term while we do the recruitment process. So once we find a teacher, we would hope to put it into that position. So anything long-term is over 10 days that they're in the same position.
No, I'm aware of that, but just until filled, there's active recruitment for that music position at Merrill?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then my final question on Exhibit A is there a reason that we're receiving notice of a resignation that happened almost 2 months ago?
She was on a leave of absence, and therefore, when she wanted to return, she gave her notice that she was not going to return. So that effective date goes back to the date they last worked.
Okay, so it was backdated?
Yep.
All right, thank you so much. My other questions are for B and the interview, so if anyone else has questions on A, I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Does anybody else have questions on any of the employment recs before we move on to Board Member Levy's other questions? All right, seeing none, please go ahead.
All right, perfect. So my next set of questions are for recommendation Exhibit B. The first one, is there a reason the athletic club and matrix are under administrative content? Is there a reason that's not viewable to the public?
No, it is, I think we have uploaded them into the board docs library as well. We can absolutely put them in regular content.
Okay, no, I was just wondering, because if someone came to see the information for today, it's currently in administrative content. So I was just wondering if there was a reason for that. My next question are we to assume that if years of experience column is blank, then that means 0 years of experience?
I believe in these blank positions, those are positions that would not be determined by years of experience. So when you start looking at grade level leader and PBIS coach, it's not an escalating by years of experience. So
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then my other question is, because all of the capped positions don't come grouped together, could you just confirm that we're not over our financial limits for the PBIS coaches, the PBIS supports, the noon supervision, and the principal choice?
yes, when we have an internal spreadsheet that documents how many coaches and how many support positions they have, in which we keep track of those before they come on the board report. So we know that allocation, and we have continued to do that verification, that if they're being split, or how we're accounting for just a number of addendums that we are authorized in our budget process.
No, that's good to know, but since we haven't been shown that and we're tasked with approving it, I needed someone to confirm that we're not over our caps. And then my next question, thank you for adding that PCs are 500. We have that information, and I look forward to seeing that adjusted report with what we approve versus those actual numbers as those have changed. And I see that it's 2 per elementary and intermediate building. So my question is, 1, are there principal choices at the high school level? And if yes, are they capped?
There are not principal choice addendums at the high school level.
Perfect. All right, so next question, looking at Exhibit B, there's a position called Activity Supervisor, and I wasn't able to find that on the matrix or the addendum, and I believe the amount is $3,000. So 1, could you explain to us what an Activity Supervisor is? And then 2, how are we to approve that if there's nothing to check that against?
Okay. The athletic supervisors and their athletic and activity supervisors at the intermediate schools, those were established probably 2 years ago, I believe. And they have been a flat 3,000. If they're not, which I know they're not, included on that district addendum, they should be. It doesn't fluctuate with years of experience. However, it is not listed on that addendum. We can add it to it. Like I said, we had not had this list until you had asked for it. So we just have our spreadsheets of what was being paid. So as I indicated, when we had the principal choice left off it, we did a revision. I can add that athletic activities supervisor in there as well.
So here's a request that I will make. It is difficult for us to approve when we're adjusting as we go. If someone could do a comprehensive review and create a document where when we see things that need to be approved, we can go and see this is the flat rate, this is what they should be making, this is the scale, match it up with years of experience. It's very frustrating to be asked to approve things, and I have no idea if that's the correct number or not.
I understand.
All right.
We'll work on building a comprehensive list if that's where the board would like us to go with this.
All right.
Are board members good with that? All right, looks like we have consensus. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. So my next question is, why are there 7 positions with an effective date of August 23rd? And also, coincidentally, 7 positions with an effective date of September 1st being processed at a board meeting on November 30th?
The mentors that are identified with the 8/23 date, I see that's, and grade level leaders, those are dates that the school year started as far as our teachers' contracts for when they would be reporting and when those leadership teams met. When we are approving these, we are putting, these are year-long activities that they're doing the whole process throughout the school year. So traditionally, we have put the start dates of that time if they're performing the full scope of what they're doing. Sometimes the building administrators don't know who's going to be in that assignment until they have a later meeting and really develop what the time commitments are. But the district has recognized those efforts don't necessarily take place in distinct increments. So it's not a 5 hours the first month, second month. They feel they're doing the work to earn the full capacity of that yearly addendum within the year.
So for me, it would make more sense for the effective date to be when they started, because if they started 3 months ago on August 23rd, again, I don't know why it took it 3 months to make it before the board. So is there a reason these dates are being backdated?
As I mentioned, they're counting it as a full year of the work, and we issue the addendums for these positions on a yearly basis. So for the 2020 or the 21-22 school year, our past practice is going ahead and putting it to the date because there are situations where they've done some work and not had the identification of what those addendum options are going to be. The PBIS coaches were not identified as what the rates of the addendum were going to be until later, after school had started, as we sorted out funding and opportunities. So they have been doing the work, but in prior years, PBIS wasn't paid because we had other mechanisms in place to remove some of that support. The district reinstated those addendums for support, feeling that that's the priority. So until the buildings receive that information and they are able to work with staff, sometimes they are delayed in getting those, but the people are doing the year's worth of work.
So they were doing the work, and then we just found out that we had the ability to pay them for the work, and that's why it was backdated.
So what I'm hearing here is that maybe somebody, like, they didn't know they needed like a mentor teacher, and then somebody stepped up, and in order for them to get compensated for the full year, it's backdated. But maybe I just stepped up to say, oh, I'd love to mentor, Miss Armstrong, our new teacher, and then in order to compensate me for that full year, because I'll be doing that requisite number of hours, it's backdated. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
The mentor program specifically has specific objectives and goals they have to meet. You're not going to be able to pair up that mentor and mentee on the first day of school. So you've got to kind of work through that process. What I'm trying to communicate, and I apologize if I'm not doing it adequately, is that we are assigning these for the year. This is for the school year. So, I mean, to be honest, I would almost love to take that date off and just say it's for the 21-22 school year. Sports and things, I can understand those. And when we're prorating them, yes, we want to indicate when they started if they're only doing a partial year. But if they're receiving the full addendum, in my opinion, it should be for the school year, because they are doing a year's worth of work, not necessarily saying, okay, the first time I ever mentored or talked to someone or I did a PBIS assembly was this date, because I'm not going to know what the first exact date they did it.
So here's the thing, and I'm fine. If they're doing the work, I'm fine with people getting their full addendum. They absolutely should. But it doesn't make sense to me to backdate to the first date of school if that's not when it started, because then it looks like yet another thing that's coming to the board woefully late. So unless I'm missing something, let's say I started my mentoring November 15th. Is there a problem with putting that November 15th date and then maybe a note like the full addendum not prorated? Like that would make more sense to me as to why we're seeing it on November 30th.
So you're suggesting that the date be reflective of the date that it begins, and if it's, even if it's a full year, like the PBIS coach, which started after the full year, don't backdate it like our past practice has been, just simply start it. If we start it November 1st, it's November 1st, say full addendum, no proration.
Yeah, I just want our documentation to be accurate.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. And then I believe my final question, actually I have two more. There's a PBIS coach at Todd, but it's listed for $600. And according to the addendums, PBIS coaches should be $1,500. So I don't know if it should say support and the amount is correct, or if it is actually PBIS coach and the amount is incorrect. It's towards the bottom of Exhibit B. The PBIS coach at Todd is listed for $600.
On the front page?
Yeah, sorry, first page of Exhibit B. I just don't want someone to get underpaid.
I see it as 1,500. Unless I'm looking at the wrong one.
No,
No, it's
effective-
further
Oh,
down.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
two down from there. Okay.
So I don't know if the title is off or the amount is off, but if we could get that confirmed.
And I'm looking through their list right now.
No problem. Is it okay if I ask you a question while you're looking?
Yep.
Okay. A little bit random. Since there are select amount of addendums per building, what if you have a teacher from one building who's working with students at a separate building? Who issues that addendum?
Sorry, repeat that.
For example, okay, DI. There is, that I'm aware of, which is fine, I'm not saying it's problematic, but a person who teaches at one building is doing DI at another building. So just curious, who would that addendum be issued to? Would that the building the teacher teaches at, or the building the students are at that are being worked with?
The addendum would be issued by the school that she is or he is performing the DI program.
Okay, so you don't have to be an employee of a building to get an addendum from that building?
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And a note like that, and if there are other things like that for clarification, that would just be helpful, I know for me, if that was also included on that addendum. So when those things come up, they're already answered.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And I will honestly have to do some looking to see which is correct with this individual at the 600. I don't have that answer today.
Okay, no problem. Just one other comment, if no one else has anything for Exhibit B, just the interview panels, I just want to reiterate my point that I remain concerned with the lack of diversity on the interview panels. And if there is an issue of finding employees internally to serve with scheduling, et cetera, I would really encourage us to reach out to our diverse community to serve on those interview panels.
We did send out notification last week again to remind our building administration and staff of the options of making sure that our panels are diverse and readdressing that they can involve people that are not necessarily in their building as staff members, and including staff members that aren't necessarily people they usually consider, such as our paras, our custodians, our food service workers. Getting that outside perspective is important, and so we continue to message that to all our buildings, and it is something we continue to monitor.
Perfect. I look forward to that diversity showing up on the interview panel report. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Board Member Levy. Does anybody else have any questions or discussion? I'll just say I really appreciate all of the explanation and communication. I think as we continue to explore some of the stuff, and then, we have like that common shared language, we'll just get better and better at getting on the same page on how all this works. And thank you so much for that. Everybody good? Awesome. Okay, thank you so much for your time, Ms. Armstrong. All right. We are at the point in our agenda where somebody, if they'd like, could make a motion to approve Exhibit A and or Exhibit B. Would anybody like to make a motion to that effect?
I move approval of employee recommendations Exhibit A with leeway to confirm that PBIS position at Todd and Exhibit B.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Board Member Levy, second by Ms. Summerall. Any other questions or discussion? All right, hearing none. All of those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right, so that takes us to item 3A. And our next Human Resource Committee will be held on December 14th at 6:30 p.m. All right, would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Board Member Schneider, second by Vice President Levy. Any discussion? Great. Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed?
Aye. Oh.
You're good.
I'm the last aye.
No, I gotcha. Awesome. Motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 7:13 p.m. Thank you. Why don't we want to take like 5 minutes and then we'll start a regular board meeting? All right. We will be back in 5 minutes for our regular meeting. Thank you. All right, good evening. It is Tuesday, November 30th at 7:19 p.m. And at this time, I'd like to call our regular board business meeting to order. All right, before we get started, quick public announcement. The Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation. And I would like to remind our board members and any others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. At this time, Ms. Dooley, could we please get a roll call?
Yes. All right, Allison Simmerl,
Present.
Greg Snyder,
Present.
Joyce Ruff, Sean Levy,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Spencer Anderson.
Present.
The roll reflects that all members are present.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, that takes us to the approval of the agenda. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda, or does anybody have any discussion on the agenda at this time?
As I asked just before the meeting, I would like to request moving our future board meeting dates just before we go into closed session.
Perfect, thank you so much. Does anybody else have any thoughts or discussion before we make a motion? Okay, would anybody like to make a motion to approve the agenda, moving item 7A to just below item 5D?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Board Member Semrau, second by Board Member Schneider. Is there any other discussion at this time? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Great. Motion passes unanimously, which takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Kieser, would you like to lead us in the pledge tonight?
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. All right, this time, let's please rise for the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. All right, that takes us to item 2A, which is public comment. Are there public comments this evening?
We do have one present tonight, Miss Laura Hauser.
Perfect. And before we, feel free to come on up. I'm just going to read a quick statement, if that's okay. All right. So, let's see. All right, the Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools. The board, as a representative body of the school district of Beloit, wishes to provide an avenue for any individual to express interest in and concern for the schools. Accordingly, the public is invited to attend any sessions of the board or any meetings of board committees. At every regular meeting of the board, time is set aside for the personal presentation of individual or group comments. Each person wishing to speak during this time shall complete the public comment card with their first and last name, home address, including city and state, if other than Wisconsin, topic to be addressed, and whether you are speaking for or against this topic. The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for, I'm reading the wrong thing, I apologize, sorry, I got really excited, and we're just gonna keep going here. Yep, I found it. I was like, gosh, that sounds very different from what we usually read. Sorry about that. Okay, so just kidding. Citizens are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Orders will be followed at all times. Persons attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful manner and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Persons wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and orderly meeting and to protect all persons, including members of the public, district employees, and district students from personal attacks or discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Comments that attack any individual personally or professionally or derogatory demean others will not be, is this a new one? I don't know. I think we're just going to botch this up and everybody can maybe see this, but is this the correct? Yeah, let's just keep it to 3 minutes, and I don't know why this is the old one, but where are we at? Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns regarding specific district personnel are not appropriate topics to be addressed during open meeting comment period and should be handled in accordance with district policy and procedures. Concerns or questions regarding students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying inaccurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notes or agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Looks like we had the different one on there. Sorry about that. All right, and after long last, please, if you would state your name and feel free to read your comment. Thank you. Ma'am, do you want to turn the mic on? I'm so sorry.
This one? There we
Yep.
go.
Yep. Go ahead, please.
About Ms. Miller's email that you'll be discussing later. The email talks about a leaflet that went around in the April election. After that part of the email, there's a long email that went on to attack Matt Finnegan's character. Ms. Miller, I want everyone to know that you do not know Matt Finnegan. But yet in the email, you said, quote, Matt Finnegan is a well-known bully. How could you say that without knowing who Matt Finnegan is? How could you say anything about him? But then you went on to say that Matt Finnegan forced his tenants to put up yard signs, and Ms. Miller, he owns quite a lot of property, pays the taxes, and he has the right to put up any signs he wants. And just to let you know, there's a lot of signs that the tenants also put up. Then you went on to say that Matt Finnegan has a history of abuse of power. I guess I want to know, what power does Matt Finnegan have that he abused? He's not a president of the school board. He is not a president of anything. Maybe something in his church, but I want to know what he abused. With the words that you emailed in your signature as president of the Board of Education, District of Beloit, you and your district are absolutely open to a huge lawsuit. But I know Matt Finnegan, and I know his integrity, and you're lucky he is a man of integrity. So, Ms. Miller, if you knew actually what Matt Finnegan gives to this community and all the charities, you would be blown away. He will never tell you, but I'm here to tell you, by far, anyone in this room would be blown away what he gives. I want you to know, many of us in this community don't agree with your attempt to bully Matt Finnegan and his reputation. It's absolute slander and abuse of power to write and distribute your opinion to other board members in order to sway their vote. I personally find you unfit to lead an unbiased board and your actions. I call for your resignation. And I need to apologize to the superintendent and your board, because this is taking time from valuable, work that you should be doing for another mistake that you have made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okie dokie. All right, that takes us to item 3A, Business Operations and Finance Committee. Do you have an update for tonight?
I do. So tonight, during our Business Operations Finance Committee meeting, we covered the financial reports for October of 2021, the priorities of our budget for 2022 to 2023, and then also the BMHS and McNeil cafeteria furniture upgrade. The priorities will be coming up later tonight for discussion, and it should actually be kind of a interesting and fun discussion for us.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Chair Anderson at this time? I just want to thank you for the work that you did putting all the budget priorities together, and look forward to that discussion later. All right, that takes us to Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee. Chair Levy, go ahead, please.
The Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service Committee met on November 16th, 5:30 p.m. The information that was presented was the proposed social studies curriculum renewal, and we also approved an environmental literature course proposal to be added to the course selection booklet for the high school for the 2022-23 school year, a new environmental literature course.
Fantastic, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Chair Levy? All right, thanks for your work on that. And that takes us to Governance Committee. I just have a quick report out. We had a really great meeting last week, and part of that meeting, one of the agenda items was to discuss new board member onboarding. So if everybody can open well, we don't have to, I suppose, but if everybody had a chance to take a look at the attachment, you can certainly are welcome to open it now. What we did was we put together an outline on a PowerPoint that we're going to try to collaborate on, of course, in committee and in conjunction with the board. So what we did is I tried to put together an overview. It includes just the board, like having a workshop that we usually do. We're hoping to get the workshop for new board member onboarding, like for the April election, done prior to the board members' first meeting. So that's the meaning of the word workshop. I didn't think that was intuitive. And of course, the other topics that we wanted to discuss included just maybe better defining the mentor-mentee relationship, going over, of course, Robert's rules, board norms, committee norms. Since just this past summer, we sort of changed sort of the structure and cadence of how the committees operate, hopefully for more efficient board work to be completed, going over board docs and how to use it. It's typical that everybody gets the binder with the 100 series policy, but just, to go over that very intentionally, make sure everybody's clear. Technology in the age of COVID and all of the Google meeting and things that we're doing, making sure that everybody clearly understands how the technology works, and then going over communication norms. So these are the items that we identified in committee, and you'll see there's just a few notes, but we mostly decided just to bring this sort of outline to the board. Does anybody have any thoughts on things that we could add, change, consolidate? I guess I'll just kind of open that up right now. And if not, feel free to just email me and we'll bring it up at the next governance committee meeting. But does anybody have any thoughts at this time? All right, hearing none, let me just jump back to the item here. All right, awesome. So that's pretty much my update, and I will turn it over then to our legislative liaison and policy committee chair, board member Levy.
Thank you. So the legislative update will be given at the December 14th regular board meeting. If you missed the last legislative update, feel free to go back to our meeting on the 16th. That document is attached there. As far as the policy committee will meet tomorrow, December 1st at 5:30 here in this room. Just a heads up of what we will be covering, held over from our November meeting. Hopefully we will be finishing up policy 532.41 and the rule 1 of that policy, which talks about staff leaves and absences. And then new at our meeting tomorrow will be policy 810 and the rule of that, which talks about school community relationships, goals, and relationship responsibilities. Policy 810 or 811, participation by the public. Policy 821, school-sponsored media. Policy 822, news media relations. And then also policies 377 and the rule 1 and 2, which go along with that, which deal with interscholastic athletics and activities. So again, that meeting is tomorrow, same room, starting at 5:30.
Excellent, thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Chair Levy at this time? Excellent. All right, that takes us to action and discussion items. So we have some first reads, although it looks like, should these be in the consent agenda, Dr. Keiser?
We have not put first reads into consent so that if there were any specific discussions that or questions board members had regarding that, and then they'll come back to consent 14th, December 14th regular board meeting.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I'll assume everybody's had a chance to read these over. Does anybody have any questions or discussion on item 4A, which is the administrative staff absences? All right. So hearing none, would anybody like to move approval of policy 221 first read?
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. All right. We have a motion by Schneider, second by Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. That takes us to item 4B, Policy 221, Rule 1, Procedures for Reporting and Processing Administrative Staff Absences. Is there any discussion, or would anybody like to make a motion at this time?
I move approval of policy 222.1, Rule 1, to be moved on for a second reading by the full board.
Second.
All right, thank you. We have a motion by Levy, second by Semrau. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. That takes us to item 4C, Policy 542.31, non-paid short-term leave of absence for support staff, and that's our first reading. Any questions or discussion?
Yeah, just a quick thing that
Yeah,
may help. So for policy 542.31, it's recommended that it's being removed, and that's because the content has been split into two other policies. So that's that. And then the same for policy 556.2. So the content isn't going away. It's just being shifted into other policies. Hopefully that made sense. So unless there are questions on that, I would move approval to go ahead and remove policy 542.31 and also policy 556.2.
Second.
Thank you. We have, and I appreciate the explanation. We have a motion and a second to move policy 542.31 and policy 556.2 onto a second read. Any discussion?
Well,
ahead.
actually, it wouldn't be a second read because it's to remove it. Or I think the formula is to retire it because we don't delete anything, but.
Thank you. I apologize. Thanks. That's a new one for me. Okay. So thank you for clarifying. Any question or discussion on the motion?
May I ask who provided the second?
That's a great, I think it was Board Member Schneider. Yep. All right. So it's motion by Levy, second by Schneider. No other questions, discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you. That takes us to item 4E, and I'm just going to turn it over to Dr. Kieser and Ms. Armstrong. Thank you.
All right. So we have a donation that was provided to us, so I will delay just a little bit as Ms. Armstrong comes up to describe the donation. And again, because of the amount of the value of the donation, it has to be formally accepted by the board.
So I apologize. I was multitasking not effectively. So as you recall, we had brought a donation previously of a gate trainer to the board for approval. We were quite surprised. We got another donation, actually before that one was approved, for a Hoyer lift. I hope I'm saying that correctly. That will allow us to increase the mobility and decrease the liability of our staff and the safety of our staff and the students in trying to move students from a seated position back up. This is a electric lift, whereas right now we have manual lifts, it's cranking. So it does take quite a toll on the staff trying to do it. And this is being donated by an individual that had it in her home for use with a family member, and she wanted to make sure that we could use that for our students to benefit as well. So we are asking for the board to accept this donation, which will benefit our students at the high school.
Thank you so much. That's so generous. We have a great community. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Armstrong?
Same type of question that I had for the last year, kind of the same, the car seat theory. It's been inspected, it's not an insurance liability, people have been trained, we're good to go?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the question. Any other questions or discussion? Would anybody like to make a motion to accept our donation?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to accept the donation of the electric choir lift valued at $1,700 from Dietrich Schultz in Janesville. Is that, Ms. Dooley, are you good on that? All right, perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. That now takes us to item 4F, which is to consider a resolution in support of Assembly Bill 273. One of the items that we discussed in the Governance Committee meeting was whether or not to move this to the full board. A little bit of backstory is back in, I think it was July, we were contacted by a group called, and I'm gonna make sure I get this right, I think it's the African American / Jewish Friendship Group, which is like a community organization or nonprofit out of Madison, somewhere in Dane County, right. So that group had previously gone to the Milwaukee School Board in hopes of getting their endorsement to pass at the time, what at the time was just LRB 0402, the African American History Education Act. It's since been introduced into the Assembly Education Committee under AB 273, Assembly Bill 273. Both of those documents are attached. Anybody watching from home, they're in the public content there that you can pull up the language for. So in the Governance Committee meeting, we talked about, do we think that it would be wise to bring this forward to the full board to ask for our support? And so we voted to do so. And if you have had a chance to look, there is a draft resolution, although it looks like when I go to click on it, it's not opening. I don't know. Is everybody else able to open it? Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, mine doesn't want to. That's okay.
Click off the agenda item and click back.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't need to see. I wasn't thinking about screen sharing it, but I mean, if.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Keyser. Oh, yeah, it's working now. But yeah, you're better at screen sharing than I am, so feel free. All right, so the draft resolution language was drawn directly from AB 273's language, and it just says that the School District BOE Board of Education acknowledges kind of like pieces of their presentation that, for example, Wisconsin has the largest racial achievement gap in the nation. There's another piece in there that we added. The School District of BOE Board of Education believes the state should take action to address this achievement gap, and then the rest of the language comes directly from the bill, the proposed bill. The therefore piece is asking the Committee on Education to send it forward to be considered by the Assembly, and then it goes on to ask the State Assembly to pass AB 273. So does anybody have any questions, edits, concerns, changes, or thoughts, I suppose, on this resolution? Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
So as a committee member, we brought this forward in the Assembly and as a resolution to support the Assembly bill, much like Act 31 in the state of Wisconsin, which recognizes Native American history and provides for in statute procedures that go about outlining how that will be taught to students. What this resolution is in support of is that for African American history education, that the story of the migration of African Americans to the state of Wisconsin is covered, and also that there's provision for consultants to advise the state. The Great Migration is a subject of The Warmth of Other Suns, a story a book written by Isabella Wilkerson, who's also wrote the book Cass. But that explains the story of how African Americans came to the Beloit community, in large parts, and our local history of African Americans coming from the state of Mississippi, northeastern part, Pontotoc, Tupelo, Manatee, Houston, New Albany, coming forward during the Great Migration, moving past Chicago, and not going to Milwaukee, but settling here, working in places like Fairbanks Morris, where my grandfather, his father, and his brothers worked, until we get to the richness of our culture and local history. So one of the things that we talked about in committee is that this is important for all students in Beloit, that we recognize our local history, our culture and heritage, so that people understand what is important and how people came to be here and the richness of the diversity in our community. Likewise, when we get into other areas, we'll talk about our strategic planning, and even when you look at our current events, that we are a diverse community. We are happy to be a part of a diverse community, and we celebrate those things. And this resolution is in support of that.
Thank you so much, Vice President Levy. Does anybody have thoughts or questions? All right, so at this time, we have the opportunity, if as a board we decide for somebody to make a motion to approve the resolution. If we do approve the resolution, essentially what that means is it's like sending a letter to the State Assembly on behalf of the Board of Education in support of the things that are listed. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve or to not approve the resolution at this time?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it sounds like we have a motion to approve made by Board Member Schneider and a second made by Board Member Ruff. Is that right? Okay. All right, any other discussion or questions at this time?
I would just like to thank the Governance Committee for seeing the value in Assembly Bill 273 and providing a draft for us as a board to get behind and show our support for this bill.
Thank you very much, Board Member Levy. Any other thoughts? All right, at this time, Ms. Dooley, could we please get a roll call vote?
Yes, Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joyce Ruff,
Aye.
Greg Snyder,
Aye.
Allison Simmerl.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. So that has passed 7-0, which will then be reflected on the resolution, which is why we needed to take the roll call vote. Okay, thank you very much. That takes us then to item 4G, the strategic planning discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Keyser to lead us through this part of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Board President Miller. So at our board retreat, which happened on the 20th, we had a lively discussion, an informative discussion with our facilitator from Battelle for Kids, Colin Lewis, Dr. Colin Lewis. And as part of that, he outlined a process in which we go through the strategic, where the outcome is the strategic plan for the district, looking at it from 4K to 12. That has a couple of different parts, and tonight we are going to be addressing two of those several parts. The first being the conclusion of a conversation that was started around the competencies, which leads to the envisioning stage, setting out a profile of a learner that will help, in conjunction with community conversations, create that ultimate profile. That profile of a learner works in collaboration and coordination with the profile of a graduate work that has been started at the high school. And actually, at a later board update, we'll talk more about some of that work that happened even today. The second outcome of tonight's discussion is setting the number of community community conversations that we would like to have to augment that conversation and set up the next phase, which is establishing the priority standards and then putting together that strategic design team, which will actually take the envisioning pieces, so the profile of the learner, those community conversations and those stories and lifting those voices, data about our history and where we currently are, laid against where we want to go, our North Star, and then develop those priority standards or priority outcomes and develop a plan that would move forward ultimately with board approval. So that was a lot to say that we are at this piece of the puzzle. In the board docs for the community, the board had a 2-page list of competencies. And in that conversation, and I know not every board member was able to be in attendance, but every board member here tonight will be able to be included in that conversation. We had 3 clear competencies that rose to the top, and then we had about 6 competencies that all were tied for, with 3 votes apiece. And you can see the whiteboard off to the side of the screen if you're here in the boardroom, all of our work that we've done on that date. So I'm going to open it up to the conversation, and for right now, before we get to the community conversation, we should finalize what are competencies that we want. And again, this is the board's voice in that portrait. This will be augmented and supplemented with those community conversations, which we'll discuss next.
Thank you so much, Dr. Keyser. And I just want to make sure that we are mindful. Ms. Dooley was kind enough to remind us during our governance committee meeting when we discussed this item that while there are 6 items listed there, civic literacy, creativity, confidence, financial literacy, tech literacy, and learner's mindset, the goal is to create a total of between 4 and 7 of these words, and we are able to sort of wordsmith concepts together. For example, if you feel like, civic literacy is part of being a global citizen, we can acknowledge that and give that feedback, right? Just for example, right? So, but everybody at this time, I think what I'm going to do is just sort of go person to person. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
And just so for everyone, a refresher, on the right-hand side, if you're looking at that, are the competencies that make up the profile of a graduate from the work that the high school has done. And so while we don't have the language behind each of those words, there is language and wording behind that, and that process will be similar to ultimately what the board will have to do. Once that final portrait is created, the board will have to determine if it or wants to assign a small group to put language behind each of those competencies.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Keyser. So at this time, I'm just going to go board member to board member, and you can either give me like your top 4 or just any feedback that you have about how you'd like to finalize our list. Board member Anderson, is it okay if I start with you, and then I'm just going to kind of go down the row? All right, thank you. Go ahead, board member Anderson, please.
So looking at the the ones that all had 3s, I think that we can combine some of the literacies together, because we can encompass it. But learner mindset is definitely one that I would like to see on there, and confidence.
All right, so I'm for sure going to put a check down for learner's mindset, confidence. Oh, okay, Dr. Keyser's got it. Just kidding. Perfect. Thank you. Board member Levy?
All right. Civic literacy is already a part of global citizen. Creativity, I think, is kind of covered in adaptability and communication. So I would go with confidence, financial literacy, and tech literacy. Learner mindset is also, I believe, included in the 3 that we already have listed.
Thank you very much. Vice President Levy?
I'm in favor of 7 words. I think part of this, these are just words for those that are in attendance and those that are watching. We were given definitions to go along with these words. And one of the things that we had to do in selecting these words were kind of fuse certain things because we started with different ones. But of course, there's the first 3, global citizen. That was the one that had the most aspects of diversity in it. Adaptability and communication are there. At the bottom, I would, like Board Member Anderson, I am for combining the literacies of civic literacy, financial literacy, and tech literacy. I would call that CFT literacy. And because I think that, those are all literacies that need to be a part of what we're looking at. And at the top it says school board portrait. But what we're trying to do together is, we started with over like 40-something words, but to come together to draft a vision of what the 7 of us together think, so that we're speaking with one voice and not 7 different voices. But I would also go along with creativity when I think about our arts programs here in the district. And athletics and the academics that comes along with that creativity is needed. Number 6, confidence. One of the things that we talked about, and this was on the front page of the newspaper, like as our students experience that issue in Janesville, that because we are a district of about 6,000 kids, 70% free and reduced lunch, great racial diversity, that we have to teach our children to be confident in who they are. And when we say that we are from Beloit, that means something. No matter what people around the state might think about us, we are good people. We're good white people, good black people, good Hispanic people, biracial people. We are good people. And we have to teach children who live in Beloit to have confidence, because they are going to go out into the world where people don't think that we are good people. So that confidence is an important vision and portrait of a learner when we think about students grades 4K through 12, that entirety of their experience in Beloit. And then it has learner's mindset, but I like, people talk about the growth mindset. But I'm fine with learner's mindset. So those are the 7 words: global citizen, adaptability, communication, CFT literacy, creativity, confidence, and learner's mindset.
Thank you so much, Vice President Levy. Board Member Ruff?
I'm going to borrow Mr. Levy's term and go with CFT literacy as 1, confidence as my 2nd one, and a learner's mindset as my 3rd.
Thank you so much, Board Member Ruff. Board Member Schneider?
Well, I think that civic literacy fits in with global citizen. And so to kind of separate that one in that way, but go with financial and tech literacy together. As more and more of the financial is now online and more technology-based, that there's some relationship there between those to make sure we are confident in those things. I like the learner's mindset. And I'd kind of like to combine the creativity with critical thinker, which I know isn't there, but so that it literally become a critical creative thinker. That we need to, as we look and plan and look ahead, we need to go beyond what we've always done. We need to be critical, but be creative in how we can achieve where we're going.
Thank you so much, Board Member Schneider. Board Member Simrel?
I also
felt the critical thinking, but I am definitely in with the confidence, and I realized I wasn't there. I also wanted to maybe throw some kind of empathy in there. I think that's an important factor in learning and being a, I suppose you could put that in global citizen, though. You know, I think that fits there too. So I guess I'm going for confidence, creativity, and critical thinking.
Thank you so much. Yeah, as you were saying that, I want to take a page from Board Member Schneider's book, and I'm wondering if, and maybe it doesn't need to be this way, but I don't know if we put empathetic global citizen or if it's implicit. I could go either way on it, honestly, but I just thought I'd toss that out there. I also want to fully acknowledge that there are a number of educators on the board who are not fazed by acronyms, but I do think that when we say CFT literacy, I mean, I'm joking, but I'm serious, because a lot of times we have acronyms in our field and people are like, what are you talking about? So if that, however this is translated to text, if that's the direction we're going to go, I want to make sure it's clearly explained and defined for people who are not like at this board meeting who understand what we're talking about. So, but I think that's a great, I personally think it's a great idea to combine those three as well. Before I weigh in, I guess, Dr. Keyser, are we at, I just want to look at your tally here. So it looks like we're at learners, yeah, right. 17 words, right, okay. So it looks like in the lead, our learner's mindset, confidence, and then it looks like maybe, it sounds like we're maybe going critical or creative critical thinker. Does everybody on board with that? I'm seeing heads nod. Okay. So I'm going to just jot this down. So I'm seeing possibly empathetic, global citizen, adaptability, communication. Let me just write this down. So learner's mindset. I'm sorry, you said confidence. Okay, so confidence, learner's mindset, are creative critical thinkers. Creative critical, sorry, I kind of started over there.
You want me to combine
And then,
creative critical thinker?
are we combining, does everybody on board with combining creativity and critical thinking? Yes. All right, and is everybody on board with throwing empathy explicitly into global citizen? Sure. Some yeses and some sures? Okay. So it looks like our 7, if I'm not mistaken, our empathetic global citizen, I mean, we'll vote on it, but just want to summarize and make sure we're all on the same page. I have empathetic global citizen, adaptability, communication, learner's mindset, confidence, creative critical thinker, or creative critical thinking. I'm not sure what the word is there. Are we saying thinking or thinker? Okay. And CFT literacy, which stands then, encompasses the financial literacy, the tech literacy, and the civic literacy. So I'll say it again. That's fine. So somebody asked, what are the 7 again? So empathetic global citizen would be the first. Adaptability would be the second. Communication would be the third. The fourth would be learner's mindset. The fifth would be confidence. The sixth would be creative critical thinker. And the 7th would be the CFT literacy, which again, I do think we need to delineate out and explain exactly what that means in print.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Does anybody have any other thoughts, questions, or discussion on those words? These kind of our guiding words for our 4K through 12 initial plan, which of course then I'm excited about our next steps to get kind of more community engagement in that. Okay, and actually, let me just double check. Do we need a formal action to adopt these 7?
No, unless you want to do it by acclamation.
Just okay. Do we have consensus? Do we have sort of like a acclamation, I suppose, around our 7 that we've listed a couple times now? Seeing yeses from all 7 board members, so okie dokie. So now there was a second ask that Dr. Keyser brought forward to us, which was to determine the number of community conversations that we want to have. And then just, I can't remember if you said this or not, but basically the outcome of tonight's meeting, we're going to go back to Battelle for Kids and say, here's what we want, and then Battelle for Kids will tell us what they're able then to accommodate, just to be clear about the process. Go ahead, please.
Correct. So right towards the end, because we had a robust conversation and we were running short on time, we prioritized trying to get the envisioning piece done, and the next steps would be the community visioning and feedback session. And there was much discussion that to be authentic in this process and engage the community in a way that has not been engaged in the recent past around strategic planning. We wanted to get actively out of this, our schools and out into the community, and then also have that conversation be facilitated by someone that was neutral, meaning not a member of the school board, not a member of the school district. And so Battelle for Kids would be tasked with, and this will be an ask and coordination with them, to do these community sessions. That being said, the expectation is that at least 2 board members and a member of the district attend the community visioning session so that they can hear the conversations that are taking place and use that as background knowledge for the work moving forward. An arbitrary number of 4 was thrown out there, and for a couple of reasons. The idea of dividing the community of Beloit into 4 quadrants, hosting a listening session in each of those 4 quadrants just for one geographic diversity, but also the ability that people who may have transportation issues could easily attend and not have to travel across town. But none of the visioning sessions would be exclusive to anyone in the community. So, i.e., if we had something that was over by Woodman's, but over in the McNeil attendance area, and I could not attend, and I lived over there, but I was able to attend, say, a later date that was across town, I would be free to attend those. So the idea of the community visioning session is to be an inclusive process. And so really, Battelle needs to know, how many do we want to do? The going number right now is 4 as a starting conversation. And then who wants to attend, are there any restrictions? I'm planning on attending all of those to be the representative from the district, and then I'll open it up for conversations at this point.
Thank you so much, Dr. Keyser. Does anybody have any thoughts, questions at this time? Go ahead, please.
So, as we're talking about making it accessible for anyone, thinking about transportation needs, and then also thought of like centrally located too. Is there any way we could possibly see about using the library? Because the bus gets, or they have a bus stop right there, which makes it so that families that don't have reliable transportation, they can still come and go as they need.
Absolutely. The explicit conversation, sorry.
When do buses stop?
Oh, Board Member Levy was asking about when buses stop running.
That's a good question. I do not know that. But date and time is flexible. It would certainly be, but you're thinking along the right lines. We would intentionally want to not host it in a school. So some members of the community don't like coming to schools. They've had bad experiences as adults, and so they would prefer not to do that. It's also to be noted that there will be a digital version of the community visioning piece, so everyone in the community would be able to participate digitally if they so choose. But yes, we could use the library, we could use churches, we could use community centers, we could use any open space that would be able to host a fairly large gathering. And intentionally, we would want to pick as large of spaces as possible because we want to be mindful of social distancing and so forth.
So like I would just be in favor of having at least one at the library, just because it's central, it's easy to get to for everyone, and it's also a fairly large space.
Thank you, Board Member Anderson. I just went on the Beloit Transit site. It looks like all the buses stop like, and I could be wrong, it looks like, kind of business hours, so I don't see any so far that go past 6 p.m. So we would have to schedule it, right to your point, like around the, making sure it doesn't go later than that. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that. That's a great suggestion. Anything else, Board Member Anderson?
No, that's it.
All right, sounds great. Anybody else have some thoughts on number of listening sessions or locations? Go ahead, Vice President Levy.
I think that four listening sessions is enough to gather, and just like I would work out the logistics in governance and in between in our governance meeting and working with the administration, and then giving those other, like the specifics when we come back to the next board meeting.
All right, thank you for that. Any other thoughts? Yeah, I guess I'll just echo, I would also be in favor of doing, I love the idea of doing 4 sessions at each of the intermediate schools. I think that Board Member Anderson's suggestion was also excellent about having it be at a central location. I do want to be mindful of everybody's time, so I know we can't rack up too many. I guess just in the spirit of being inclusive and making sure we invite everybody, I want to be conscientious about where we're reaching out and how we're reaching out, which can definitely be a later discussion, but for the full board meeting tonight, I just want to make sure that we're going like beyond email to invite people to things, because there are a lot of people who either aren't checking our website or getting our emails, and maybe if we have like some leaflets type, places, if board members have thoughts on where people are gathering, congregations, I just want to make sure that we're really good about reaching out into the community for people who are not the frequent flyers that we always get information back from. Go ahead, Ms. Semrau.
I agree. I think maybe even, public announcement, sending things home with the individual students. I think those would be very helpful for a lot of people who don't normally get into the technology aspect of things.
Yeah, definitely. And then for anybody who's here present tonight or anybody who's watching at home, if you have thoughts or suggestions on, places you think it's important for us to reach out to, definitely feel free to email us. I think all our stuff's on the website. I'm at mmiller@sdb.k12.wi.us, if anybody wants to know. Awesome. So anybody else have any thoughts or questions?
Yeah, I think like the other part about, like I said, it sounds like we're around 4 sessions, but also another point, when we were discussing strategic planning, there are a couple goals that we had. One was that as a board, we needed to speak with one voice, and that is what we've done tonight as we've gathered those competencies and over a period of time. And then the second part is, after we have spoken as one voice, we also wanted to provide the opportunities for our community to have input. And that's the purpose of these 4 sessions and the work that we're doing to reach out so that the community is a part of shaping the vision and understanding and communicating what they feel the needs are for the district and what we are trying to do for the children in Beloit, and be responsible to all citizens, taxpayers, and just provide the education for our children, our nieces and nephews, our grandchildren, our neighbors, and friends, so that children in Beloit can be successful.
Thank you so much, Vice President Levy. Anybody else have any thoughts or questions? I'm hearing 4 to 5. Is that, yeah? And so we'll bring that back to the governance committee and move forward accordingly with Battelle and have more information soon. Go ahead.
So the only other lingering question is board participation. Initially, the thought was if we had 4, do two per. It could be that we post all of them publicly, so that way an indeterminate number of board members can be present and not need to worry about quorum. But I just wanted to make sure that before we go into governance that we got the board's thoughts and input on that.
Thank you. Does anybody have thoughts or questions? Go ahead.
I would say post all of them just to be on the safe side. And just for clarification for the board, if I'm understanding this correctly, there's no expectation that we take an active role. We are there to absorb and to hear from the community, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Well, I have another question. Well, we had in this, what I would, I think that in part of, right, we don't have to have an active role because no one board member is speaking for all board members. But in our role as board members, we're not going with different words than what we already have because our words as a board have been developed. I'm sure that Dr. Lewis will share that in the explanation. But like I said, that's the purpose of us having spoken with one voice. But like you said, for us to be there, posted that there will be board representation and could be the full board or 2 members, but it was spread out.
Thank you. Any thoughts or discussion? Questions? Go ahead, please.
So to just make sure that we do have at least 2 board members for each one, can we just create like a doodle or something so that we can kind of figure out, okay, maybe this one will have 2, but this one will have 4 or 5, just so that we know there's some kind of consistency or some kind of commitment from our members.
Yes, certainly. Once we figure out with Battelle for Kids the dates that he's available to do these, then we can put out a poll and see who wants to sign up for which ones.
Great, thank you.
And if somebody wanted to attend all of said sessions, they're available to do so, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, questions, or discussion? If not, then I'll just say that in my opinion, I think it's really imperative that we not participate, I love the idea of us being present. I plan to attend. I think it's really important for the integrity of it being a community voice that we are there to observe and absorb and not to maybe steer or give input, because I think that's the purpose of the community conversation. But I do think it's really important that we're there and present, because you get a very different experience, right? Physically being somewhere versus, getting notes or watching it. I just wanted to make sure that everybody's kind of on the same page there. Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Keyser, is there anything else on this topic?
Not at this time. We'll reach out to Battelle for Kids. We'll get some dates and forward those on. And I like the suggestions on the outreach. Certainly, we get very good coverage within the families in the school district, but it is intentional about outreach beyond that. That's going to be key. So I like the idea of the leaflets, public announcements, including radio and so forth, newspaper. And so we will explore all those options.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Any other thoughts before we move on to the next agenda item? All right, thank you so much. So that takes us to item 4H. This is the priorities for the 2022-2023 school year. And there is an attachment, a draft priority budget list, which came through the business committee. Dr. Keyser, did you want to start us off?
I will. So thank you, Board President Miller. I am sharing on the screen here a updated budget priority list, even updated from the posting because we're able to provide feedback. So again, when we approved our budget, we knew going into this that we had a second year of a deficit budget approval, and we were intentional about setting a new process for setting our 22-23 budget. That starts with getting the ideas and direction from the board, and through 2 sessions at the business committee, also bringing this up at a previous regular board meeting, and then opportunities for board members to email. Here is a list of ideas from the brainstorm that have been categorized using headers. Those headers, for those who are watching on the screen and maybe too small, the first 3 bullet points are about longevity, both the BEA longevity proposal as well as an alternative longevity proposal that may mix benefits and or salary. Compensation study, which is currently ongoing, is all going to be couched under a header called retention of staff. Things that were brainstormed, such as the Rising Knights HBCU, or Historically Black Colleges and Universities Tour, essentially Ellington, and the Scotland trip with the drama production, are lumped under a header called District Support for Extended Student Trips. Looking at ways of recruiting, such as going to historically black colleges and universities, is a part of diversifying our staff, as well as the proposal of an executive director of diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, is a part of equity and diversity initiatives. Looking down that list, we've incorporated outside engagement to include everything from family engagement to bringing volunteers in physically into our classrooms to support teachers or teachers and paras, but also reaching out to our community in the form of youth sports and community education programming. Intentionally putting these last two at the bottom because these are two very overarching questions that deal with the overall budget. And that is, all of the pieces above are initiatives and ideas and suggestions that add to our overall budget. But at some point, we have to look at the bottom line and say we have to know that our bottom line is either going to be balanced or that and to get to balance, we either have to do it through looking at our expenditures and controlling those, or looking at our revenue and controlling those figures. And in the discussion that we had around those two pieces, I provided some context for the board to consider in opening up this discussion and finalizing some direction for Ms. Armstrong and myself to go back and start to put together models. Just so you know, the Baird forecasting tool will be released in early December, so not this week, but I believe next week. So the timing of this conversation is perfect and intentional so that we can start to build those models and bring those through our committee structure. So for the context of the district, just so that people know, in the most recent past, we've opened up Fruzen, and then even more recently, this George Kolak Education Center. We've also had building closures, and we've listed those that are in there, as well as some reconfigurations that tied themselves to referendums, which I'll make reference to a little bit later. The next two bullet points, the bottom of the left column and the top of the right column, are hyperlinks for anyone who wants to click on them, so you can actually go and see where these numbers physically came from. This is from the Department of Public Instruction public portal for all school districts. And so if you go there and you type in Beloit, you'll see these. So you can see our enrollment as far back as we can go is 16-17 school year, and then as recent as last school year. So I did that for our enrollment and our staffing, as well as made note of decisions that were made at the board level that affected some of those decisions. So facility services being outsourced, and then subsequently moving some of those outsourced services back in-house, as well as our substitute pool being outsourced to a third party, and then subsequently moving them back in-house last year. It is also important to note that as a district, our history is really only two referendums, one in 1992 for about 26 million, and a second one in 2012 for 70 million, which was the result of Fruzen and upgrades to and renovations to 8 other schools. And we are one of 18% of school districts since the inception of revenue controls established by the legislature in the fall of 1993 to not have to go to an operational referendum. And so for that, I will turn over to Ms. Armstrong to give a little bit more context of what capital referendums versus operational referendums are.
Okay, so thank you. As Dr. Keyser mentioned, the district has gone to capital referendums, and capital referendums are used for building facilities or doing capital projects such as additions to our buildings, really getting into the air conditioning. We built on during that referendum onto 8 of our schools within while the process of building Fruzen on that $70 million referendum. That also included converting Cunningham from an elementary school to an intermediate school. As far as an operational referendum, the district has not gone to an operational referendum, and that would be used for funding our operational costs. Exactly what it implies is how do we keep our lights running? How do we keep our staff going? How do we keep our facilities running as they are, not doing large projects of adding on or facility improvement projects. These are just revenues that would allow us to continue our operational initiatives within the district. So when you start looking at that, only 18% of the Wisconsin school districts have not had an operational referendum since 1993, and we are one of those. We are in the minority, and that really is coming from the fact that we do operate very fiscally responsibly with our funds. We are heavily aided, which helps us quite a bit, but we're also then in the constraints of what we can do by our student counts and not being able to increase our revenues to support the programs as we encompass the declining enrollment. There was another point I wanted to make, and I can't remember what it is, so I guess I will open it up to questions now.
Yes, so at this point, we wanted to give that context, and then what we are looking for is feedback, additions, adjustments, and so forth to this budget priority list. And so I have this live, and we'll make updates as the conversation goes on.
All right, thank you both very much. Really appreciate it. At this time, I was just, can I just go down the line of board members? Can we just start with Ms. Sumrall, and we'll kind of go to Board Member Anderson. All right, Board Member Sumrall, any thoughts, questions, comments, suggestions that you'd like to offer?
No.
Thank you. All right, Board Member Schneider.
These are just a list of recommendations, is that correct, at this point?
Yes.
Correct.
As we move forward, I want everybody to be clear that this is not saying we are going to actually spend the money on this. I've had a number of phone calls looking at the executive director of DEI. And so we want to make sure that even as we leave this, if it's left on the list, that we are not approving the expenditure or the hiring of that position at this time. But that is a recommendation that we had. I do think that diversity, equity, and inclusion is an important goal that we need to face, that we need to address in this district. I'm just not sure, and from what I'm hearing from the community, they don't like the idea of spending a lot of extra money to hire more staff if it is something that we can do with the staff that we currently have. Just so as we move forward, as that gets presented, if it becomes presented in the future, that we begin to look at that very carefully. In a deficit budget, we have to be very careful on adding a lot of expenses to that. So just, again, a reminder, this is an idea or suggestion that was there, not that this is anything we have approved at this point.
And I appreciate Board Member Schneider, your comments, and this is another good opportunity to over-communicate something that we could say 5,000 times, and we will still get those questions. The board the board will discuss many, many things and throw out many, many ideas and even pursue things for multiple board meetings. But until there's a either formal vote or a vote of acclamation, basically consensus, nothing is decided. And so it can't be overstated enough that these conversations that the board is having right now and the conversations that the board will have in the future, particularly around budgets, are simply those conversations until such time as a board member wants to formalize that with emotion, or that the board as a collective says we are of one mind of this, and so without emotion and through acclamation, we are telling the superintendent to move this forward or to include this in a budget or so forth. So I just want to reaffirm your statement and then just reiterate that because it can't be said enough.
Thanks very much to you both. Board Member Ruff?
I have no comment at this time.
Thank you so much. Vice President Levy?
All right. For some people that might have seen the committee meeting, some of this will be a repeat, but the full board is here. So we'll talk about some of these things. But again, the list of items that are on this budget priority list are just items that we are looking at in development of the 22-23 school year budget. The purpose of the list is that the administration is going to use the Baird forecast model tool, and there will be a cost associated with each of these items. And as we build the budget, we will be looking at and discussing what things will go in and what things will go out. An additional consideration or context to set is that, we just started this last budget in October. So now, as you look at this school board presently comprised from October until April, there is an election in April. We are working through our budget process, and then in April, there's an election. Don't know who will run or if all 7 members will be here or not. But from April until October next year, those will be the elected board that will come to a determination on what the final budget is, and those priorities will be set. So just that bit of context that, we're talking about something a year away, and then some comprising of the members may change. But when we get to next October, that is when these things will be set. So sometimes it's difficult for people to follow or understand what has actually happened, but I think that context setting is important. I'm just going to work my way down some of the budget priorities and things that were discussed. Again, Ms. Armstrong, can you kind of explain the groupings on the side, as we discussed in the committee meeting earlier? And then, we talked about the BEA has a longevity proposal. If you can explain what that is, and then just kind of work your way down again, as we discussed earlier.
Okay, absolutely. So to kind of reiterate just briefly, the groupings are what Dr. Keyser and I had kind of taken the list that the board had provided us in our very first conversation and the committee, and saying, okay, these are things they're very interested in, and how can we group those into categories? And by doing that, we kind of identified areas of priority, not these items. The bullet points are items they brought into consideration, but we tried to tie them together. So when we talk about the retention of staff, we're looking at ways that we can retain our staff. BEA has a longevity proposal that would give financial dollars to every employee that reaches 5 years, and it would increase every 5 years. And that their proposal at this point goes for all employees for all time. as far as new hired and already hired employees. When we talk about alternative longevity proposals, that was one that I had brought up in our conversations early on, is there's other options. Can you look at additional time off, other incentives? What other ways other than financial dollars can we look at longevity proposals, which would help with the retention of staff? We, of course, have the compensation study that is ongoing. We're continuing to work through that process. When we talk about the next group of district support for extended student trips, this was something that multiple members brought up of, having some support from the district on that buy-in. So looking at, is that the priority and what is the cost to go with that? Talking about the diversifying of our staff, that's one of our short-term goals. How can we do that? Looking at different ways of recruiting. One example was going to the HBCUs, but that's not the only example. So I don't want people to feel this list is all-inclusive. These were ideas, and as we continue to go through those, there's going to be additions, there's going to be, removals, we're going to put things on side. But once we can start identifying what is the board's priority of, do we want to we've got a fork, as Dr. Keyser likes to say. We have to decide kind of which direction we're going to take. And it can be a hybrid of both directions, but I need to know, are we looking at, controlling those expenditures to address a $10 million deficit? Are we wanting to look at increasing revenues, which will, you're going to probably have a mix of both. You can't do just one and say, okay, we're going to have all sorts of new revenue and now we're not going to have to right-size the district, which is another item on here. What does right-size the district? What does that look like? We need to know, the priorities of the board. Do you want all the class sizes? Do we want to maintain our current staff levels? What is that priority so that I can get the barest bones to start building that forecast model for you to give you ideas, because we can talk about all these things, but until we can put dollars to it, it's really hard to make those decisions. So, to start that process, I have to kind of know a direction to start moving to, and having these conversations now is that pivotal point that is so important. And as I had talked previously at a committee level with Vice President Levy, is understanding that as long as we, as a board and as administration, feel we're making sound decisions on judgment, we are always going to have board turnovers, administration turnovers, and things like that. If we are making those sound decisions, it should not vastly change the priorities. The priorities need to be the students of the district and how we can sustain it. I would hope that anyone coming in or coming out would have that same priority. If we're using that as our guiding light in how we're making those decisions, then we're going to all probably be on the same page pretty close. Not always agree on everything, but it should be the right driving force.
So then another space, as we talked about some of the proposals, like, the BA has a proposal, but like with the alternative longevity proposal, it might not be 5, 10, 15, 20.
Right.
It could be something that's proposed for 7, 14, 21 years rewarding of service. It could be for people that are coming in. I mean, there's all things that are there, and there's the ability to plan and think about these things, have a cost associated with them, and work them in and out. We talked earlier in the committee about the Rising Nights HBCU tour, essentially Ellington, our drama productions, and their trip to Scotland. That, in years prior, these are things that have occurred, and at a certain level, they are things that have been asked for the board to support them additionally, and saying that, we are Beloit and we're excellent in certain things and we do certain things, and being a Purple Night, these experiences are what many people in Beloit talk about they have had. So let's plan for our jazz band to go to New York by supplementing that and putting that in the budget already. And the same with the HBCU tour. We talked about, it says new ways of recruiting, but that's not a new way in Beloit. It has been done in the past. And we talked about even if we're going to set priorities for things to be done this year, that there might be reallocation for prioritization for things to happen in this hiring season. So those were some of the discussions that we had, but I think the important part is, like you said, there's a cost associated with the items, and it gives us some room to add things, take things out, and see what the overall impact on the budget is. I want to go back to a different thought that we were sharing earlier, was about kind of where are we at? Are we in the place of being, we're talking about, you know, where are we at looking at our $26 million in 1992, what happened at the high school and what that has been, and then in 2012, the $70 million that the citizens, taxpayers supported for Fruzen and the intermediate upgrades. And then the point that 1993, we have not gone and had an operational referendum. And as you described, the budget situation, where we have, you know, had these deficit budgets, but come out okay, but we're at that place with our mill rate and defeasance, where we're getting to a space that, you know, is it both and, that we are looking at revenue control, control revenue, looking at new revenue sources, and also controlling expenditures, that it's not an either or, but a both and just kind of talk about that part of the conversation that we had about, you know, the impacts to the bond rating as we make these decisions, and then give the, you know, the regular, the common language, buying that house and then getting that car right in front of it in our interest rates.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity to talk again about that. As we continue through our board decisions and our budget process, I am very happy to say that we have not finished a year in a deficit budget. We have had 2 years now of budgeting deficits. We have not had to actually incur that deficit. This year is much larger of a deficit, and, you know, I've told the board honestly, it's going to be very difficult to end the year on a positive note with that type of deficit facing from the beginning. However, when we start looking at the ways that we can control expenditures and control some revenues, we don't, that timeline, you know, the earliest conversations and things that will happen, conversations can happen anytime, but taking action, the earliest would be the fall of 2022, latest probably the fall of 2023. That being said, if we continue down the road that we are with the deficit budgets and using our fund balance, you're going to see that reflect in our ability to go to referendum and the bond ratings that we have. Right now, we have a AA bond rating, which is a very good bond rating for us. We have substantial revenues in our fund balance. The way we kind of talked about the fund balance in common language is like your savings account. And so when you go and buy a house or you buy a car, they're looking at all of your assets, which include your checking accounts, your saving accounts, your IRAs. If you go out and buy a car and then you go and buy a house, and in between that time you decide to, you know, buy another car, they're going to see that you are now, your debt to income ratio is way off. And if we have not been managing our money and taking fiscally responsible steps, that's going to impact our ability and our bond rates, which means the interest that we'll be paying on those bonds and on that money that we are getting from taxpayers is going to be higher. So we need to continue to address and have these conversations now, and have those conversations about what we're going to do in the future with the present in mind as well. So I caution us about saying, okay, we can talk about this in 2022, in the fall, we can talk about this in 2023. This process, if the board makes a decision that they want to pursue additional revenue sources, that's a long process that's usually at least a year in making. It involves community members, it involves the school district, community, your parents, your students. You have a whole process that you're going to go through to involve everyone, hear their voices, make sure that you are touching each and every person in the Beloit community. This isn't just our students. We're asking for support. If you go to a referendum, you're asking them to support the structure of what you have in the school district. You're going to have those conversations and involve everyone. So we can't just make a decision today, oh, we're gonna put this on the ballot in April, and here we go, and expect it to be supported. There's a lot of work and a lot of time that needs to be invested in that process. So my responsibility and Dr. Keyser's responsibility is to make sure that we continue to educate and keep everyone informed of what our financial future is looking like, and asking these hard conversations and asking for direction so that we can start moving forward in providing you the details that you need to make those final decisions.
And so, getting to that analogy of the fork in the road to build off of the buying a house and buying a car in between, and what that does to your savings account, is it can't be a situation in which we can travel both roads to their end point and say, okay, what would it be if we spent all of our time just focusing in exclusively on controlling expenditures and not looking at revenue, or all just on revenue? We don't have the resources and the capacity to go down that road to that far of an endpoint. At this point in the game, the biggest thing is the biggest question in Ms. Armstrong and mine's mind, from the board's perspective and where the board's mind is at, is the board interested in knowing more about controlling revenues or knowing more about controlling expenditures, and so that we can provide the needed background and needed structures? Because as Ms. Armstrong has very succinctly stated, if the board is interested in looking at revenue sources, we are fortunate that we've got really strong grant writers in our district, and we also have secured grant writers to support the grant writers in the district, but we can't live just on grants. That is a short-term fix. But having someone like Lisa and the Baird forecasting tool coming in and talking about this is really what it takes, it is not as simple as saying once the board makes a decision, that decision has to be made 70 days ahead of election. And so the timeline is kind of like building a house, right? You have to make that decision far enough in advance that you can build all of the steps needed in there. And that's why the conversation is perfectly timed for the forecasting tool coming out, because we can have the ability to explore a little bit in both areas. But what we really need to know is, are we serious about exploring more than just curiosity's sake in one particular area over another particular area? And so with that, I'll turn it back over to Vice President.
So one of the things we talked about is, as we complete the strategic plan and the communities had an opportunity to also have an input to say, these are the hopes, dreams, aspirations that we have for the educational program that we want to provide to the children of Beloit. We'll also find ourselves where our financial decision is, we also have to make commitments towards community. This is what you said you want. This is what it's going to take to provide that financially, based on where we're at and our stewardship in the past, but this is where we currently are. Speak again about school perceptions, that surveying tool, and as you said, that process, the organization of a community vote and support campaign, the yeses, and then also we talked about like that child tax care credit and the ESSER funds, and for parents that weren't expecting it, but here it is. But like the onset of things like we have the ESSER funds, and there's some reimbursement that happens, but they're one-time funds, and here's this Omicron thing on the horizon. So just kind of more of that part, and then I think we're done.
Okay. So I think I'm going to try to remember all of those.
I'll detail them
points.
again if you need me to.
I said, anybody can go back as well and listen to the committee meeting in case I miss anything. One of the context of, Dr. Keyser just brought up that you have timelines, you have deadlines of 70 days that the board has to make. That's to make the resolution. But I want to stress, the work doesn't start 70 days before you make that resolution or on that day that you make the resolution. A board has to have done that work with the community to make sure. You don't want to put something on the ballot that you know isn't going to be supported. So there is a ton of legwork that will be going down. And, in the past, we have used Baird to come in and help do that processing and do the community focus groups and things, that those are options that we have. But that's that direction that Dr. Keyser is asking is, what is the board interested in learning more about? And, to speak to those one-time funds, and as Vice President Levy had said, kind of like the child credit, that people were getting their tax credits. You didn't ask for that money. It was given to you, and it's coming into your account. And you can change where you have spent some of your money and say, oh, this can help in this area. It was not expected money, and you're not going to get it again. So, we hope there's not another pandemic and we're still in the pandemic, so let's get through the one we have. But it's very similar to the ESSER funds. We've gotten this money, and we don't have the money. That's the first thing I want to make sure everybody knows. It's not sitting in our accounts. We don't have it. We have to spend the money and ask for that reimbursement. And so the question was posed can we use those funds to balance our budget or to pay the expenditures that were overdone? And I explained very flatly that some districts are doing that. They are using their ESSER money to balance their budgets. This is another testament to why the Wisconsin state funding of education is it doesn't work. It's not feasible if people are and districts and communities are having to use operational referendums and ESSER dollars that are one-time dollars to balance their budget. We have to work on how this state is allocating their education budget. I will get off my soapbox right now. But what we can do is we have been very frugal and very reserved in how we're spending our ESSER money. We want to have the community involvement. We want to have those discussions. And we want to be strategic these are one-time funds. Where are we going to get our most bang for our buck? Where are we going to have the most impact for our students? And what are things that are not going to be projects or ideas that we cannot sustain later on? So by taking that reserve look and really doing the homework, yes, there's possibilities that you can offset some of those costs that we're experiencing with ESSER funds, but that's not going to sustain you in the long run. You still are going to have these expenses if we don't address either the revenue or the expenses and the combination of them both. So, really, I've hammered it every time I talk about ESSER funds. Those funds are not sitting here with us. We have to spend them. There's restrictions on what you can spend them for, and the district is really being very conscious of how they're spending it and the ideas and the process of going through it. Some districts have already implemented lots of different ideas and technology in their buildings to say, okay, this is what we need to do it. And now we're finding that some of those things weren't sustainable, nor were they really the best effort. I mean, every vendor came out of the woodwork to sell us UV lights and all of these things, and those aren't the most effective way of controlling. So, making sure that we're using things in a responsible way and doing our homework, that's part of that fiscal responsibility that I like to talk about, that we're trying to make sure we're doing it the right way.
I'm good.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Ms. Armstrong and Dr. Keyser, and thank you, Vice President Levy. Board Member Levy?
So 3 things briefly. One, thank you for clarifying that we have passed 2 deficit budgets, but have not experienced an ending result in a deficit. So I'm very proud of that, and I think that's important to clarify. The one thing that I will say about Executive Director of DEI is I really believe that if the expertise and the dedication of time for that role currently resided in our district, we would have different outcomes. So I'll leave it there. The one thing that I would like to add, and I'm excited to see what the number attached to this would be in the Baird model, is transportation for our high school students, if it's needed or requested. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Levy. Board Member Anderson?
I just want to say right away, thank you very much for all the effort that you guys have put into this. And thank you to all the other board members that have taken part in this. We wouldn't have gotten to this list without everyone's input and thought process. So I believe Vice President Levy did a very good job of kind of covering everything that was in the committee. So thank you. And I don't have anything to add at this moment. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Board Member Anderson, and I will echo that gratitude to the work that I know our administration puts into, oops, I thought I clicked something on this, Dr. Kaiser. Just thank you so much for all the effort that the administration puts into preparing these models and providing the range of opportunities here. Just the 2 broad brush comments that I'll make in concurrence with my colleagues here. I love the idea of prioritizing what we do well. Like, there are a lot of really great strengths that the School District of Beloit has to offer, like our music program, our dual credit and CTE offerings, and we want to continue to expand on those. That would be my 2 cents. And with regard to creating positions, I mean, I think that that's got to come with the strategic plan. I know we didn't talk about it tonight, but in the past, Dr. Kieser's talked a lot about aligning strategically our finances and our budget. All should be aligned to the strategic goals and priorities of the district. So I would just hope to see that anything that comes out of our priorities, I would hope would align then with that strategic plan. All right, those are my only other thoughts. Did anybody else have anything occur to them before we move on? Go ahead.
I would, just because we spent a significant amount of time discussing that in terms of controlling expenditures and revenue, is there a consensus or a direction in which the board would like to provide Ms. Armstrong and myself as far as exploration and setting up future meetings either at the board or either at the committee or at the board level?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that as you described, that it's not just a either or, but a both and, that will need that menu of options and understanding. So pursuing, with the consultants that are necessary to understand what our options are, that is something that should be explored and brought back to the committee. And then as a committee, as you say, we have to begin to work on these things earlier, just kind of draft like a timeline to help us understand, and so that things are coming up timely for us to begin to make the types of decisions that we need to make as you're exploring those options, and those services are being provided to us to help us understand the context of what we need to do and give us time enough to do it and make decisions about it.
Thank you so much for your comments, Vice President Levy. Does anybody else have any thoughts, comments? Go ahead, please.
I'd like to agree with Vice President Levy. It's an and. We got to figure out ways to kind of adjust our district to fit what we're currently able to do. And we do need to look at other opportunities of where we could possibly find extra revenue to help do new things and help push our district into a better position. So you kind of asked for like kind of a ratio. I would say probably controlling the expenditures would probably be like a 70% area, and then finding other revenues 30. Because again, we did have that drop in student enrollment, which we do need to start looking at ways of how we can control how much we're spending.
Thank you so much, Board Member Anderson. Other thoughts, comments? So I'm hearing from so far that a lot of both and. It feels like there's some consensus here, and I would agree with that, just to be fully transparent so people can really see the impact of one choice over the other. Does that, I want to ask you, is there other clarification or direction that you would need going forward?
Well, I believe what Board Member Anderson really putting that priority ahead. We can't fully explore all of one way or the other. So I kind of need to have a direction of where to focus more time. And when we start going through that process, then that can lead us down to other avenues. So, I guess my ask is, should I begin focusing on looking at what we can do to control revenue or control our expenditures right now? So looking at our staffing, but not banking that to provide you just that option. Also look at those other revenue sources, but which, I hate to say it this way, but which is the priority that the board wants me to focus more time on? Because we're going to have to pursue both of them, but I can't do them all at the same time.
Perfect, thank you. Board Member Levy, did you?
I just want a clarification. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the things that are listed, we're going to get price tags associated with them.
Not just those items. We're going to, like I said, they're in broad ranges, so.
No, I
yes.
understand that, but the items that are listed will get price tags associated with those?
Yes, we can put as close a budgetary dollar to each one of those headers.
Perfect. We won't hold you to an exact
Yeah.
number. And then I just wanted to make sure that I understood the statement that you just made. We are going to get kind of like a menu of ways to control revenue and to control expenditures. Is that correct or is that incorrect?
Well, I mean, we're going to start exploring those options of how, this budget priority list has a lot of added costs, so added expenditures. Well, we have to, we're already in a deficit. We got to figure out how to either increase the revenue to meet that or start to control some of those expenditures. So when I talk about controlling expenditures, I'm going to, go ahead. I don't want to
Finish
speak
your
over you.
thought.
Okay. I'm going to give you options of what reductions may look like. So for instance, if we say, okay, we're going to look at benefits and what we're offering. Well, if we increase employee participation by 1% or 2%, what will that have the impact on the district? So yes, I plan on bringing you ideas, but they're not going to just be, this is what I want you to do. It's going to be those conversations.
Perfect. So are you saying that there are things that you won't bring us?
I don't think anything's off the table.
Okay, perfect. Then I think I was missing part of what you were saying with your previous statement about you can't focus on everything. Like if we're going to get a lot of options with some ballpark numbers attached, I think once we get to that point, we can say, okay, we want options 4, 5, and 6, or 7, 1, and 3, et cetera. But I just wanted to make sure we weren't limiting our options before we get to that point.
No, I just need to know a direction to kind of.
Because it sounds like we want all directions, so we know
Well-
what direction to go in.
And I'm just to kind of deviate from Ms. Armstrong briefly and kind of why I am pushing for a direction as far as prioritization is. We can't give, if we spend a week and come up with 10 proposals, it's not going to be 10 proposals for revenue control and 10 proposals for expenditures. It's going to be, with the 70-30 that was mentioned, we're going to give you more detail, more options on the expenditure control side than on the revenue control side. Because to do the work and think of the creative ways and creative options to present to the board to choose from, what I'm hearing is the board is more interested in controlling expenditures over prioritizing controlling revenue. It's not that we're not going to look at it, but that's where we're going to spend. If we have to prioritize our time so that we can give the board options, the time's going to be prioritized on controlling expenditures over the controls of the revenue.
So I will just say this. My preference is to have broad information on everything that we've discussed. And then I think step 2 is what you're asking for now, is which direction do we go in to get those more refined plans, because you can't do a refined plan for everything.
Correct.
But I want step 1 to be a broad picture of everything we just discussed. And I get that's a tall order and it might take some time. And then once we get those broad ideas, then from my perspective, we can better give you a direction to go in.
And I appreciate you saying that, Board Member Levy, because that's precisely what we don't want is we don't want to misrepresent. And so I hear 2 ideas on the table: one, broad representation, or the board at this point wants to focus more heavily in one area versus the other. So I would love to get a sense of where the board's mind is at.
Thank you so much. I'm going to continue to sort of poll us. So far I hear 70-30. I hear broad 50-50. Vice President Levy, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, where I was at, well, there's we've had the conversation about it. One, in the control revenue, new revenue sources, and needing to go to an operational referendum. Like we said, our financial situation is that fall 22, fall 23, there's some action that will need to be taken by that, because like if we haven't done certain things by fall 23, when we get to fall 24, we're in a different place. But as we're having this conversation with respect to Board Member Anderson, I didn't, what I said in general was, hey, explore the options, come back and tell us. I didn't know if I was not at that point yet to say, hey, look at doing an operational referendum versus not looking at how to control our expenditures. I mean, when it comes to controlling expenditures, we're just going to stop spending money. We're going to stop spending money. However, when we look at our special education students receiving special education services, if we already are requesting that the state fund them at a different level because we understand that it takes more to educate them, a district of our size and our needs, even if, we are still staffed at the level when we had 7,500 kids, that might be necessary for the kids that we have to serve and what their needs are. So just to decide not to spend does not help us for where we're at. But needing to understand a prioritization, are we just going to talk about not spending versus what needs to be done to bring more money in? I think that the picture that I would want, like I said, and I know as we're doing several things at the same time, but like we said, if it is right sizing the district to match the number of students that we now have, and if we are, in a 1 to 25 model, class size, other things like that, and we're making those types of decisions, I do think that people need to understand that might mean, well, we're going to close one school and you're going to have 100 less teachers. People need to know that. And then as we're looking at that, like you said, because it's a community education, and they're understanding along, and because even if we do the move towards operational referendum, there's that part 2 of why we need the spending. So at that point, I think that people have to understand what those types of things mean. What does it mean to spend less than we already spend? And that's the space where, we might determine that we've gone through the strategic planning process, and when we look at all that we're not going to spend, we're not going to be able to do the things that we just planned and visioned for. So we need to increase, and then people have to make that decision, but we got to present that to them. So to that end, because the new revenue sources, the controlling revenue is time-bound, you're going to have to put the time into that part, because, and that's the part where what I was expecting is for some of the things that were, in addition to what we're already doing, in addition to those things that are bulleted, they need numbers so they can be taken out and subtracted and understand what that does mean. So that's where I was at on that.
Thank you. So just to clarify, Vice President Levy, so you're leaning more toward increasing, you want to see more options explored for increasing revenue versus controlling expenditures, but you want both.
Right, because when it comes to the new revenue source issue, when we look at where we're going to be at with our defeasance and our mill rate, that, we don't want to, if it just, we talked about how the mill rate possibly where we're at now, but it dropping, and where's like that $7 or so that we're talking about, where does that come from? So if we're going to maintain that and add, people have to see that. So that part, to stop spending, that's a prioritization of where we're going to stop spending. But that's just stop spending. To increase revenue, there's new things that there's a whole list of things that have to be done. That's a process, and we need to understand that process.
That makes sense. Thank you very much. Board Member Ruff? No comment? Okay, thank you. Board Member Schneider?
A couple of things. I know we hear a lot about districts pushing the state to cover more of the cost of special education. But I think one of the facts that gets missed out on that is that when the federal government passed the special ed laws in the 70s, they stipulated that they would cover 2/3 of the cost of special education. Since that time, the government has never met that requirement. Right now, we're at about the highest that they've funded, which is only 1/3. So the government has promised when they put the laws in place that they would cover 2/3 of the cost, and they're not doing that. And so the difference what that would make in the school district of Beloit is about what our deficit is. So if this federal government and the state government met their obligation, we wouldn't be talking about a huge deficit. That's something that's clear to understand, is why we keep talking about that we need the federal and the state government to up their share of the special education costs. It's because they already promised us they would do that. The other part is we look at our priorities here. I think we have to really look carefully at how we spend our money. Then we need to look at holding our expenditures down, partially because if we look solely on new revenue sources as the way to balance the budget, and that doesn't pass, and we may be too late to be able to rein in the budget to be able to make it work. So I like the idea of looking at how do we control expenditures. And as we do that, we'll begin to see the effect of the deficit budget on that, and what does that mean to the students in this district, which we can then share with the community, and the community can say, look, we need to provide these things. We need to provide more support for behaviors, for mental health, for all these different areas. Okay, we'll get together. Yep, I think that's important enough that we'll cover part of that cost. So I think the only thing we can guarantee that we can do is to control our expenditures. So I would think that would be the main focus while still exploring what are those other options.
Thank you so much, Board Member Schneider. So yeah, just to be clear, we're leaning, you'd like to see more time put forward into controlling expenditures, but also both, right? I think we're all on both and we're just leaning. All right, just to clarify. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you so much. Board Member Simrell?
Yeah, just to echo on what Vice President Levy said, I think that we do need to do both, obviously. I think we do need to rein in budget, and I think if we had a more concise and a more transparent idea of what those things are that we would be getting rid of, so we would be able to look at that in an easier way to say, okay, so we're just not willing to let go of this. Let's concentrate on the revenue. It's really hard to pick one or the other at this point, because I feel like you're saying, what do you want to do? But I don't really have all of the information to make that decision. I feel like I need more data at this point in order to make an informed choice. Obviously, I agree with everybody else that it's going to be in both hands. And, you know, we're going to have to ask the community to step up. But when we do that, I want to be saying, hey, I made this decision because I don't want to take this away from our kids. I don't want them to go without this. You know, we are still doing these other things as well. We're stepping up to the plate and we're trying to, you know, be fiscally responsible. But in the meantime, look at these things that we're going to have to let go. And if it's going to take us a long time to go that route, and we're going to pass a date where we're not able to do that, I think that we need to spend some time in that area, because you can't go back, right? Is that what I'm understanding? Is that, okay, we can do all this budgeting and we can try to be responsible fiscally, which, you know, I'm all for. But if we pass this date and we're dropping things that our kids need, you know, I think we've made an error. So I do think we need to look at, you know, increasing that revenue maybe a little bit more, because it takes longer, correct? Yeah.
Yes, I do think that if I'm hearing, and I would hope anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm taking from the conversation really is what I would be focusing on right away is giving you the information of what it's going to cost the district to reduce its expenditures, to control that. And, you know, having some informational sessions about what controlling that revenue looks like. But my primary work in the beginning is going to be getting to you what controlling the expenditures looks like. That's the direction I'm trying to, you know, I can have people come in and have Baird come and talk about referendums and what that process looks like and grants. But where I'm going to focus my time in right now for me is to try to get you a number, if I'm hearing correctly, and I ask people to let me know what that type of situation looks like.
Thank you. I have some thoughts to weigh in with, but I just want to check, did everybody have a chance to, does anybody have anything to clarify before? Okay. The notes that I wrote down earlier, just that I do agree that we have to, for two reasons, on the side of looking to reduce expenditures, I agree with my colleagues when we say we have to know exactly what this looks like and what this costs. I also think it's always good to take opportunities just to make sure that we're being efficient and frugal. And I know, you know, our administration does an excellent job. It's especially in a time like this, it's worth like a very deep scrutinization of where there are possible savings that don't directly impact, you know, the services that we can provide for our students. Absolutely. Having said that, I do think that because, again, the timeline issue, we do need, the main focus of a school district is its students and what we can provide to our students. So I think it would be irresponsible not to at least look into and explore increasing that revenue. And again, just to make sure I'm clear on the timeline issue, what we would be looking to do if we end up going in the direction of a referendum is just to referendum to maintain the current mill rate. Is that right? It wouldn't necessarily be raising. Right.
You can't make that
Well, yeah.
determination
Right.
at this point.
Okay.
To the conversation that was had, I kind of taking a poll, it ended up exactly where Board Member Levy was talking about, kind of looking at both of them as deeply as we can in a time frame that would bring us to a next committee meeting, a next board meeting. But to your point, exploring models of what revenue controls, including different types of referendums, would look like, that takes time and takes modeling as well. And so once we get that kind of broad scope that kind of gives you a 360 view, then at that point, you know, we're going to have to start to make some decisions, because if we are going to explore a route, so to the point, right? If the board decides, hey, we're going to take a look at revenues and explore the route, we already have kind of the narrative of what expenditure controls will be, and some of those will get implemented, but at some point, we kind of have to set that aside and say, we are choosing to go down this way. Likewise, if we choose to go down the expenditure control route, we'll have the narrative of, this is what the ask would be, and we just don't feel that that's an ask that we can make at this point, which is the reason why we made that. It gives you the narratives gives the board the narrative as to why the direction is chosen, so that we can get more refined and more detailed upon the path that is chosen by the board. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you so much for clarifying that. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, just final thoughts. I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of options, and so, getting as deep an understanding as we can on all those different possibilities, I think would be very beneficial. Any other thoughts, comments from board members at this time? Go ahead.
So just to kind of clarify on like, and the reason I said like a 70-30 is because we can quickly get a list of things that we can cut and try to like control what we're spending money on. But then it also gives us that justification on the revenue. Like, okay, like, hey, these are the things we have to cut to make this line. Well, because of that, like, what things in our community do we see as important? What things can we not cut? So, and then how do we go about that so we can kind of make that change of, okay, like, we spent 2 or 3 months looking at ways to cut. Okay, now revenue. How can we change to actually get to that point? So, again, just trying to use time as efficiently as possible so we can start. The 30% is just that start to look. 70% is to start getting that picture of worst case scenario, what do we have to cut? And then giving the community a chance to see that, and then determining, is it going to be worthwhile for us to do other revenue sources?
Right. One of the things I wanted to say, I appreciate that explanation, and even listening to Board Member Schneider on that part, because, no one is, knowing that things are like a year-long process, no one is talking about trying to do something in new revenue sources in the next 9 months. So, like you said, if it takes 2 months, 3 months to gather those numbers and see that if we control expenditures, it's going to look like this. That's 3 months, and then, like you said, still with that lead-out time for what it actually takes to talk with and gather the resources and survey stakeholders about how they feel about new revenue sources, operational referendum. We already know what to cut. I thank you for that explanation, because I see what you're saying now, and why you prioritize that in that way. Because, like I said, in the next 2 or 3 months, this is all the things you want to cut, and this is what it's going to look like. And then all those things are there. But like I said, that goes back to what we were saying about having price tags on those things that we talked about and already knowing what we have. So, I mean, I understand that.
Thank you both very much. Any other thoughts, questions? Ms. Armstrong or Dr. Keyser, did you have any other thoughts?
No. Yes. No. We'll bring that back, but I also don't want to have things creep up on the board unintentionally. So taking 2 or 3 months to explore one is making a decision to not do something, and that's important when we think about these timelines, because as we talked, earliest November of 22, latest November of 2023, that window started, October 27th.
And that's kind of the space too then of, even for what Spencer said, of knowing, I think Board Member Levy has said that earlier, it's like, if we've got the month of December to explore something, and then the month of January, we need to know what direction we're going, well, then we still need that month in between to understand. And so like, we were not trying to make a decision tonight about go that way, go that, it takes some space and some time. So that's the part about, providing us the information in enough time. And just as you set that forecast of like, if you take 3 months, we're not going to be where we need to be. So that's understandable.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, great discussion. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts and input and for the wonderful presentation. Look forward to seeing more on that when it comes up. All right, so that takes us to item 4I, and at this time, I'll hand it over to Vice President Levy.
So I think Rob's here also. Rob, can you come and speak to this item?
Is your
Turn the
mic
mic.
on, honey? Thanks.
I blow that every time, I'm sorry. Rob Bucama, District's Legal Counsel. This matter is before the board at my recommendation and also with the discussion with the board vice president. Obviously, it involves the board president, so that's a situation where the vice president gets involved. There was an email received from a citizen. The email brought to the district's attention an email that Board President Miller had sent, and it asked, I guess, in the email's out there, so I don't have to review what it says, but it asked the board for some kind of action or review of it. At least that's how I read it. Actually, the email asked for the board or the district administrator to support asking for Ms. Miller's resignation from the board, which the board doesn't have power to do, but I'll get to that in a minute. I did review the matter, and I recommended to the board vice president, that this matter be taken up by the board. It's really a board issue. The citizens have their right to vote, and the board has its policies and responsibilities. The way I looked at it were 2 things that I thought were important for the board to look at. One was to recommend to Ms. Miller that she remove any reference to the school board that she would have in her personal email. And then the other would be to take this up in a public meeting. And from what I understand, on her own initiative, Board President Miller did remove the signature line from her email, and she also advocated for this to be brought up in a public meeting. And I think she wants to speak to the board as well. And so at this point, it's probably, I think that the approach was to have Board President Miller make a statement or address the issue. And then I can answer questions from the board. But I had recommended, and that's why it's here. It's a public airing, obviously it's a public meeting. The public's been able to see the documents, and so, so the next step would be to have Board President Miller address the board, if that's what the board wants.
Board Member Miller, do you want to address the topic to the board and the community?
Yeah, certainly, and I'm also happy to answer any questions or field any concerns that anybody has as well. All right, so I did prepare some comments. I would like to add context to the issue of my personal email. Like many people, I do use email signatures. Before I did delete the signature as a result of this issue, I listed a number of personal activities, just to clarify, such as being a board member for the Little Turtles Parent Cooperative Daycare, which I stepped down from recently to make more time for my kids. I did originally include my association with the school board in my email signatures list of activities to be transparent and also to help people easily locate my correct email address. I was prompted to do this because on occasion I have received school board related email from community members addressed to my personal email. I deal with these accordingly by forwarding them to my school board email. Since I sent the email in question from my cell phone, I did not even see or notice that my signature was attached. This was a careless oversight and was in no way intended to exercise any additional pressure. I never even got a response from Mr. Bostwick. I do apologize wholeheartedly for creating the perception of an abuse of power. I am glad that we can all learn from my oversight. And I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss how important it is to be cautious with our communication. Like all of us do, I take responsibility and take the responsibility of having the privilege to serve our district and community seriously and with humility. And I am prepared to do whatever the board feels is necessary to accept responsibility for the circumstances that I created.
Rob, any other question?
And this is not really going to be dominated by me as a lawyer, but I thought to give some context and based on my experience. If I'm the board, then I'm wondering, what do we do? And the board can obviously speak on the matter. The board can do whatever it wants, and the board will do whatever it wants. I think among the options that the board would have would be to say, okay, has the matter been addressed in terms of the removal of the signature line? The significance there bears repeating for the whole board, and that is that the board speaks, I think Vice President Levy said, with one voice, and that's true. With the board, members speak as a whole together, or the board speaks when it's authorized by the board. And a lot of times the board president is the spokesman for the board. Vice president can be any member, policy committee, anyone can be when authorized by the board. And so therefore, it's very important to realize that when you speak as a person, individual, you have to make sure it's clear that you speak individually. When you speak on behalf of the board, it's got to be with the approval and authority of the board. So it's just a reminder, and when there's confusion, that can lead to confusion. So if that's been addressed and the matter's been publicly aired, if the board has its own questions answered, then, the board could take the approach, this matter's been dealt with, and, that would be one approach to take. You could ask for further education. You could look into the matter further if that's what the board wants to do. I looked at the other options the board has, and by policy, it's not very clear, but I would say the board probably has the right to have some kind of a motion if it wants to make any further statement of disapproval. Some have called that board censure. Frankly, this has come up many times in the past, and the policies don't really have a basis or a procedure for a board censure. Robert's Rules contemplates board censure, usually in the area of board member misconduct during a meeting or board member fraud outside of a meeting. But so there would be some contemplation of board censure, which would be basically a motion saying we disapprove of the behavior. But the board does not have the approval or the ability to remove a board member. That's only done by the electors, or, I didn't spend a whole lot of time researching it, but there's a board removal statute, which would be a citizen action and would have to be approved by a Rock County judge, and it would have to be for a significant standard of cause, so that's a legal process that the board would not control. And then, the other things I could think of based on the policies would be if the board wanted to review its officers, or the board has approval to select its officers, I would presume, based on getting the matter on the agenda by a majority of the board, there could be a deselection of board officers as well. But those are the options I think the board has. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, I guess we could start I'll start with Board Member Anderson, and we'll work our way down. Do you have any questions for Rob first, or do you have any questions? Let's do questions for Rob first.
So my question to you would be, in a legal standpoint, has all things been remedied or corrected and just done properly, so that so that the board as a whole, or the board is protected and the district is protected, and so on? If you can answer that.
What I recommended is to protect the board. Based on what's out in the public or what's been communicated, there's individual claims, and those are an individual claim. So what I recommended would be to protect the board as a whole, to have the signature line removed. So to the degree that I have any control, or that board member Miller has any control, to the Beloit School Board is protected.
All right, thank you. And I don't have any other questions at this time.
Board Member Levy?
Thank you. I appreciate having the documents available for the board and the public to view. Rob, it's always great to see you. I appreciate the clarification. It was clearly a mistake, and I appreciate you owning it. And I appreciate that the signature was removed from your personal email. I think that's the appropriate thing to do, and I don't have further questions.
Board President Miller, you have any question?
No, it's okay, I'll yield.
Okay. Board Member Ruff?
I guess my only comment was that the signature was removed, and I believe that it was not done intentionally. And since there's no legal problem here, I'm satisfied with the fact that she's removed the signature, and it was a mistake and it won't happen again. And maybe some of the rest of us have become more aware of paying attention to what we do or do not sign. I was dealing with a situation with my grandson with the Janesville School District, and it brought to mind for me not to mention that I was a school board member, because that had nothing to do with my conversation with them. So a lesson learned.
Board Member Schneider?
I agree that I think it was a mistake that it was there, and especially since Board President Miller has in the past reminded all of us on the proper communication and be very careful about how things are sent and where they're sent. So that, when I look at all of that she's done in the past, I agree that this probably was a mistake, that it was added. I do appreciate that it was removed quickly, and so the line is not there anymore. And as Board Member Ruff said, it's important for all of us to again, pay a close attention to that, to make sure that doesn't happen to any of us, that we also look at it ourselves, how we communicate.
Board Member Simrau?
Yeah, I definitely just want to echo my colleagues here. I think that it was an error, and I do think that, she immediately removed it. I think that she did so with grace, and I think she's, apologized for that and made it clear that we all know now to definitely watch our email signatures. I'm satisfied with the removal of the title.
So like I said, as the matter came to me, as the Vice President, in consultation with Dr. Kieser and Rob, the thing that I want to do was, one, to make sure that the matter was addressed and the signature line was removed. One, to have it publicly aired, which is why it appeared on the agenda, appeared in the Beloit Daily News, and then to allow the public, if they had public comment, to come and give comment on it tonight, and then for questions to be asked of our legal representation and of the board member herself, and to bring us to that space. Looking at what was requested, the resignation, as Rob has already explained, that is not something that we have any control over. I did have a couple questions for for President Miller, though. When in the writing of, and I think that to give weight to what the concern is, as public officials, and we dealt with this in our issue with the public comment section. As a public official, you're subject to people just outright lie on you, say bad things about you. And even as a private citizen, and this is a matter between board member, between President Miller and her opinions and thoughts as a private citizen and another private citizen. People have opinions of other people, and they're stated. But in the question I have for you, President Miller, were in your writing, as you explained it as a mistake, did you felt you were speaking as an individual, or did you feel you were speaking for the board?
Thank you for the question. When I wrote it, it was prompted by somebody reaching out to me about, like, completely unrelated to my role as a school board member. It was a friend-to-friend conversation. And I wrote it, think, as a private citizen, as a member of Rock County, in reaction to the flyer that I saw and the conversation that I had with somebody. So, no, it was not intended to be a district-related communication.
Okay. And I assume through all this, you had the opportunity to listen to citizens' concern and speak with people about this issue.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's, it's very important that we maintain trust and consistency and stability. And although the intention wasn't there, impact matters a lot more than intent. And I'm more than happy to own and take responsibility and to apologize for any rift in public trust or inconsistency that my oversight created. I think that's very important, and it's one of the reasons that I wanted to have the opportunity to address this in public at our meeting. But yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. So at this time then, I don't know if does any other board member have anything in terms of a different action or outcome you would like, or by consensus, are you satisfied with the matter has been addressed in public and go? So I'm just seeking your understanding, or you find that the matter has been aired in public and move forward, or is there any other action that you feel is required? Okay. I guess I'll start to Board Member Anderson.
I'm satisfied with what has been done.
Okay, Board Member Levy.
I'm satisfied with the way the matter was addressed.
Okay. Board Member Ruff.
Yes, I'm satisfied with the manner in which the incident was addressed.
All right. Board Member Schneider.
I'm satisfied.
Okay. Board Member Simrau.
I'm satisfied.
Okay, I am, well, I'm satisfied. So one of the things I'll just say as we move on, and I'll kiss, as a board, we are working hard to develop positive norms in our participation. All of us are individuals, and I think that when you look at where we have been as a school board, we're trying to not be in the news, not create news. So this is it's an issue that has to be addressed, but we're trying to very much not be in the public and make the teaching and learning, the goals and the visions that we have for the children of Beloit and what we're trying to do for our families and our community be the issue. But when things come up, they will be addressed, and that's what we've done tonight. I'll pass the meeting back over to President Miller.
Thank you. All right, at this time, that takes us to item 4J, the discussion of the superintendent evaluation and contractual obligations. I will point out that this is on our open section meeting. If there are questions for open discussion, if your questions relate to closed session, there is an executive session noticed for that. So at this time, I'd like to give anybody the opportunity who has questions about the process or just like broad-based open session worthy discussion items for Superintendent Dan Kieser's evaluation.
Well, I have a question on the contractual obligation part. The provision, the rolling part, can you just stand and speak to that again for one of the matters that we were deciding or needing to decide, just the technical part of what that is?
Yes, to simplify, there's two broad issues. The real specific action needed by the board by January 15, you have to decide whether you're going to extend Dr. Kieser's contract by 1 year. That's really the most glaring and needed conversation. A broader conversation to take place in the new year is whether you want to alter the contract language for the future to automatically have that language take effect. But the more present issue for the board to address in terms of its timeline and working backwards is a January 15 date for a decision. And I was going to say that I was so comprehensive and exhaustive in my comments last time, and I will even say probably boring, that I don't have anything further to add this meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Levy, for that question, and thank you so much for the exhaustive explanation. Are there other questions, comments, or concerns from board members at this time appropriate for open session on the subject of the evaluation? Okay, seeing and hearing none, that does take us to the consent agenda, which is item 5. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. At this time, would anybody like to remove a consent agenda item? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Schneider, second by Anderson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Are there any opposed? All right, thank you. That does take us to item 7A that we moved up when we approved the agenda, which is the future board meeting dates, which I am waiting to load. Here we go. All right, we do have a policy committee meeting tomorrow, December 1st at 5:30 p.m. We have a special board meeting pending right now, December 7th, for an executive session only on the subject of Dr. Keiser's evaluation, which we'll determine, I think, tonight if we need. Teaching, Learning, Equity, People Services Committee meets December 14th at 5:30. Human Resource Committee, which is a committee of the whole, meets December 14th at 6:30 p.m. Our next regular board meeting will be December 14th at 7 p.m. Business Operations and Finance Committee meets January 4th, 2022 already at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource Committee of the Whole meets January 4th at 6:30 p.m. Regular board meeting next would be January 4th, first of the 2022 year at 7 p.m. Our Policy Committee would then meet on January 5th at 5:30, followed then by a special board meeting, which I believe would also be in closed session on the subject of Dr. Keiser's evaluation on January 11th at 5:30 p.m. Does anybody have any questions, clarifications, corrections? All right. At this time, a motion may be made then and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? And before we convene into closed session, I'd just like to thank everybody who is able to join us in public tonight and everybody who's watching from home for joining us for our meeting this evening. We appreciate it. At this time, Ms. Dooley, could we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Spencer Anderson,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Sean Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Joyce Ruff,
Aye.
Greg Snyder,
Aye.
Allison Simro.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That is a unanimous vote, and at this time, we will convene into closed session where we will then adjourn. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
You have been removed from the call.